Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Go until you're out of sight and you're out of my mind. Run when the rhythm's right. Go into the night. Floating as the river flows, easy as it goes to the ocean. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart, heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, 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 heart. Breaks my heart, heart, heart. Breaks my heart. Lost in the midnight blue, shadows of the moon. Here with open arms for you, feeling something so new. Said with me you'd reach the sun, oh but we were so young. Love me till the summer's done, but keep me in your heart, so I hold on. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. So walk on by, I've got no reason to love you, but I do, I do, I do. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. Promise me, but you never tried. Secrets in your eyes. You go and run, I'll hide. Show me colors of the sky, but all I see is gray. You lost me when you lied. I don't ever wanna be crowned, just another prize. It breaks my heart. Colors of the sky, breaks my heart. All I see is colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. But all I see is colors of the sky. Colors of the sky, but all I see is colors of the sky. All I see is colors of the sky. to the ground now, and somehow I feel like you don't know me. Shook me to the ground now, I don't even know how. Brought me to a life that you never showed me. Coming from a locked up ghost of yourself, but you're coming from the light. There's more to you than you ever thought there was. Yeah, you're coming from the light.
All right. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and welcome. My name is Resorty, and to you, one and all, I say, hello, friends. How's it going? Welcome. Hope you're having a good day wherever you are in the world. Here, we're just getting started. It's 8:38 a.m., and bright and early, we were woken this morning to do some, I must say we're doing some crossword puzzle this morning. That's not true. Bright and early, we awoke to watch some Wrexham football. How exciting is that? Absolutely a wonderful time. Wrexham ended up having a draw, 0-0. It was definitely a match in which we were playing against a team who wanted to not lose as opposed to a team who wanted to win. Our Wrexham side fought gamely and pinned the opponent back for the vast majority of the match, but just couldn't score. So 0-0 all the way. I enjoyed it though. It was fun to watch for sure. Hello, Team Ramrod. Thank you much for your generous resubscription. Tough match. We played well, couldn't finish. We're second place, I'll take it. Huge game this weekend up the town. Absolutely, Ramrod. Thank you for your generosity, the resub. And thank you for being a fellow Wrexham watcher, Wrexham sufferer, whatever you want to call it. I know though, when I get up and watch the match, you are there also. Part of the international body Wrexham for sure. Jim asked, did the other team park the bus? Jim, I'm very proud of you for knowing what that means. In some measure, yes. They were still looking for the occasional counterattack, but they weren't really challenging for much. It was a very, very defensively minded game in which they were just staying back and taking on anyone who came near them. It's good to see you, Jim. Hello to you also, Janky Gamer. Thank you for the, prepositions are hard, thank you for the resubscription. I appreciate it very much. Thank you for being with us, Janky, as always. Hello to you, Elsadil, History Teacher Steve, it's good to see you for sure. Pie by Millions, welcome back. Pepper, how's it going, Pepper? Welcome. Good to see you, SCP. Good to see you, Hexit. Hello, Cyber Oracle. Hello, Alphanumeric Spam. Hello, everybody. Hope things are good. Now, I've been stumbling along a little bit because as I was coming live today, I began to tie my little tie, and a button popped off. I had a button right here that I knew was loose. I definitely said it was loose last time I wore this shirt, and then as I put it on and pulled down slightly, the button went flying somewhere, and I don't see it. So I'm not going to delay stream while I hunt around on the floor trying to find where the button went, but I'm missing a button on this shirt now. Which to say, I have at least 3 shirts now and 1 pair of pants that are missing buttons, and they all come down to I just need to find a way to do some sewing. Like, I know how to sew buttons. I'm well aware of how to do that. We have the thread, we have the buttons, surely. I just need to take some time and do it, which I think means it's time for a sewing stream. I think I should load up the stream in the sewing directory and have like a hand camera so you can watch me repeatedly stab myself with a needle, surely. But yeah, I gotta get that done at some point because it has been a process of setting shirts to the side and saying, okay, that one I can no longer wear in public. Instead, I have to wear it only on stream where people can't see it terribly well, especially once I'm down in the corner. Anyway, let me grab a jacket and we'll talk some more. The old brown jacket for sure. Hello to you, Reginerd. How's it going? Hello, Volo. Good to see you, my friend. Hello to Abernathy. Out of sight, out of mind. I can't do that, unfortunately. Yeah, for me, it's very much a, once I know that there's something on the ground that I need to get or don't want to lose, it just annoys me constantly. And that's why I tried to find it very quickly. I have a carpet underneath me though, and the carpet's of a similar color to the button, and so it's just not standing out, unfortunately. Nonetheless, no more button talk today, lest it ruins the entire stream, as every moment or two I glance down trying to find wherever it's gone. Kato, my friend, thank you so much for the generous hello. It's good to see you for sure. Hope you're having a good day in the world. Yesterday's stream, I mentioned a delightful occurrence that happened in class on Monday. Namely, a student's mother and grandmother decided to join us for a class, or I invited them in. And it was a nice thing. It was a nice thing to have them there hanging out with us. They really enjoyed the class, and I just felt good about myself for giving these visitors a positive experience of our university and of my classroom too. But then, yesterday, they apparently emailed the president of the school. So, this morning I got an email from the president saying, "I've heard good things about you." Which is nice to know. Like, I know the president relatively well because of my wife's proximity to him. But it's a surprising / nice thing to get an email from the president saying he's heard of you in a positive way. Not that students are complaining these days, but instead that people are impressed with your good work. So that was nice. That was pretty cool. And yeah, I sure do hope that ends up showing up on my bonus this year, because here in Japan we do the bonus thing, which in American schools I've never ever gotten. We don't do that in the US. In the US you have your flat salary and that is that, but in Japanese companies in general there's a twice yearly bonus, both in the summer months and then in the December month also. And it tends to be fairly substantial, like more than 1 month of pay, which is pretty cool. Oh, Jim, that's sweet. Thank you for saying that you knew I was a good teacher. One of these days, I'll record myself actually teaching with students, because you can probably guess how teaching goes. Namely, I just stand here and blather along, but with students it's a little bit different, and yeah, it'd be good to share it with you all eventually. We'll see. How do you get your beak wet on the bonus? Jerry Moore, just come work at the university. Go look at all the universities throughout all of the Japan, and you'll find mine eventually. And then apply for a job, but if you get hired, you too will get a bonus. Other than that, I can't share it, unfortunately. Too bad. Resorty live stream from class confirmed? Probably not. So I'm usually pretty clear with my students that I am totally fine with them audio recording if everyone else in the class agrees to it. Because I find that if students know they're being recorded, they become much more shy. They tend to like really guard themselves and think much harder about what to say in a way that's destructive of good conversation. So if I came in and just announced, well, I'm going to be videotaping, that's an old phrase, I'm going to be live streaming this class, then I think it would shut them down in some measure, except for the Americans who want to be TV stars and will be delighted to find themselves on twitch.tv. So probably no actual live stream. But maybe someday I'll constitute a class of good students from prior semesters and pay them money to go play the role of my students, and yeah, we'll see. It's not a high priority by any means, but I know some of you are very curious about how all that works, so we'll see. Never do live, maybe record it for editing later. Oh, then I'm gonna hire an editor or edit it myself. We will see. I don't know. It's a fun thing to imagine, but the headache of doing it well is what keeps me from doing so, I think. Knowing that, yeah, if I were to live stream the class, it would maybe not be as good as a normal class, so instead, we'll just maintain the pure ideal belief that maybe I'll do a teaching someday. One day I'll teach on stream, surely. With that said, today we're continuing our CK3 playthrough. The thing to say about this CK3 playthrough is we're doing a giveaway after about 2 hours of being live, which is to say an hour 45 or so from now. We'll be giving away a copy of the DLC, because I went and bought a copy of the DLC, believing I needed to buy it in order to play it on stream for your enjoyments. But then I realized that I already bought the expansion pack, get all the new ones when they come out. I think it's called like a season pass or something. I can't remember what it's called. Anyway, I've got 2 copies, and I need to give one of them away. So we will do that very soon. if you're here. I'd like it to only go to someone who has the game already, because I don't want it to be like resold or something, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. How am I liking the new DLC? Yeah. I mean, I'm enjoying it. We're just in the middle of experiencing one half of it, namely the new Legends function, in which you can promote your family or person in the family, including yourself, as being of special character, born of someone important, doing great deeds, being a saint, etc., etc., etc. And so I'm liking that part quite a bit. The diseases we've not done much with yet. They've been ravaging different parts of our countries, or our counties rather, and yeah, not much of it other than our poor peasants getting sick and dying. We've yet to actually live in a place with a plague. So I'm kind of sort of thinking that if we manage to get the achievement of this playthrough done, the as a Scottish person claim your Egyptian achievement, we might restart on a new playthrough, and attempt to have one that's in a more central location, which is more likely to get diseases than dear old Scotland in the north. So yeah, we'll see. But yeah, the DLC seems pretty good. I'm enjoying its different changes to game mechanics. Now, I don't know how many of those are the DLC and how many of them are the free patch that came with the DLC. As always, I assume it's all DLC, but a lot of these things are happening in the background for all players, even vanilla ones or un-DLC'd ones. So we'll see how that goes for sure. The other thing to mention about stream is tomorrow we have a partially sponsored stream. 1 hour of tomorrow's stream is going to be an important strategy game, a game that requires slow and deliberate thought, a game that challenges me to use my entire brain all at once. That game is known as Tribes 3. For some reason, the people who put out this first-person shooter want me to play it on stream again, even though I am so bad at FPSs. I don't know how I sell them at all. I just show up and like run in circles and miss a lot. And for whatever reason, apparently you all enjoy it enough that the Tribes devs want me to do it again. So on tomorrow's stream, not right away, we'll definitely do some CK3 first to build up a good FPS audience. And then we'll do at least 1 hour of Tribes. So there you go. I thought FPS Zordy was retired for, I don't know, the rest of my life, but he always comes back again. And yeah, maybe we'll actually improve this game enough to play it regularly, but you know, no promises, seems very, very unlikely, but who knows. Anyway, I think those are my stories, so what's up with you all? Anything you'd like to share with the class today? I'm happy to chit-chat a little while longer if you want to. Any games to check out? Anything you've seen recently worthy of discussion? What you got? Because for me yesterday, there was a tremendous amount of just sitting and reading. Also, I should mention, I finished the Japanese taxes. It took me a very, very, very long time, because in many places, I knew what I needed to write in English, but had no idea how to express it in Japanese, whether in hiragana, katakana, or kanji. So for example, in English I want to use the phrase like, withheld for taxes. How do you say withheld for taxes in Japanese? I have absolutely no idea, except for now I know how to write it by looking it up through Google and then painstakingly drawing the kanji, not knowing its meaning at all. So that is done though. I am very, very happy. We'll see if my tax forms are accepted by the government. They're relatively simple, all things considered, but I would not be surprised I wrote something in the wrong box somewhere. But we'll find out eventually, and now we got 1 month until the American ones have got to be done too. So that's the next big step. Luckily those should go very fast because I know how to write English, thank goodness. Hooray! Tribes 3 currently has a 48.44% positive reviews. Well, Dogberry, I think that Tribes 3 is the greatest game ever made. I think it is one that we should stop playing any other game to make sure we're playing regularly. When you give me money, I say these words. No, I don't really. I don't know enough about the Tribes universe to have any sense of why the game would be panned or praised otherwise. All I know is I had fun playing it, And I think a lot of tribe people who came in when we were playing that game said it didn't reach the same heights as Tribes 2. People were totally used to how to play Tribes 2, and I think anything that did not match that exact same version of the game kind of bummed them out. This happens with any new games released, though. It's part of a series. If the game does not maintain the same features everyone likes, but then also improve on them, people say, what a cash grab, etc., etc. That said, I believe they're currently in an early access test, so we'll see exactly how this goes. I'll play it tomorrow, like I said. Should be good. Wonderboy, you're currently playing a Lord of the Rings beta mod for CK3. Yeah, yesterday someone asked me what's my favorite mod for Crusader Kings. I don't know any of them. From now on, I'm going to say it's the Lord of the Rings mod. And when they say, Resorty, why do you like the Lord of the Rings CK3 mod? I will say, because Waterboy is enjoying it. There you go. You're now part of my stream forever. Thank you for giving me an answer to use. Elsil says a graduate student university finds a class unsatisfactory and is trying to demand a tuition refund and a formal apology from the professor. Oh boy. Yeah, we'll see how that one works. Occasionally grad students lose their minds. Back in the day at my grad school, in my very first year as a student there, one of the senior students was suddenly visited by the U.S. Secret Service and arrested. And you might say, well, that's weird. Why is that the case? Because he was using departmental computers to email death threats about President Obama. So this is not funny in some sense. The part that takes this story from being like, that's weird, to what is this man doing, is he was in the US on a student visa. So not only did he break the American law, but he also guaranteed that he would be leaving the US and never ever coming back. Now, obviously, he was mentally unwell. This was not him being his rationally best self. But yeah, it was definitely the case that he had made some poor choices in life. Like I said, grad students occasionally lose their mind and make very, very bad choices. But I cannot imagine a professor ever admitting that the class they're teaching is going so poorly that they apologize formally to their students. Like, I've definitely had sessions where I've not explained something super well, and so next class I'll come in and say, like, hey, that wasn't great, let me explain it this way instead, making some modifications. Also, like, one time a few years ago, I raised my voice at a student just slightly, not in a way that was, like, embarrassing or cruel. It was just a case where I got a little frustrated with the students' intransigence and just kind of snapped at them a little bit. And so the next day, I publicly came in and apologized to the students that was not cool, and the students said, hey, it's no big deal, no problem. It happens all the time. But yeah, the idea of like coming forward and doing the big old Japanese bow and saying, my class is of such quality that you should get a refund, pfft, never, never, ever, ever could I imagine any professor doing that, for sure, for sure. How's it going, JockXC? Do I have any of my classes posted online? I do not. Nope. I have certain like CK3 tutorial videos, and I should make more of them. But they are like a version of my teaching, the kind of commentary I offer while explaining ideas. That's in my teaching. There's a lot more discussion, a lot more back and forth with students, a lot more small group discussion. I kind of like the idea midway through a YouTube tutorial video, saying something like, I will now pause for a moment so you can consider what we just talked about. After a minute or two, please be ready to offer some feedback. And then stand there silently for 30 seconds. So, what do you think? Why aren't you leaving comments in the YouTube channel? You understand, when you're not sharing, it puts a lot of pressure on everybody else. This is what I should definitely do, for sure, for sure, for sure. I love it. Sin asks, does TurboTax work in Japan? I have absolutely no idea. Yeah, absolutely no idea. I should probably figure that out between now and 3 years from now, because in 3 years from now, all the money I make worldwide, including the Twitch money, needs to be reported to the Japanese government. I suspect that TurboTax is only for American income taxes. That said, I will almost certainly hire a Japanese accountant to do my taxes, because they're going to be relatively complicated with the deductions, the different kinds of money that come in during stream, and I just don't want to learn Japanese tax law. I have no interest in doing so, so we'll probably pay for an accountant. Maybe we'll do a subathon in order to get enough money to afford a Japanese accountant to do this for us. That goes in 3 years, no problems at all. I suspect there is Japanese, helper, Japanese, actually it's not true. There probably is no Japanese TurboTax here, because like an actual stable, beautiful government, there's an online series of forms that one can fill in. So for most folks, you can just fill in online forms that the government puts forward, and then you're able to complete your income taxes for free. Definitely the US should look into that. I know why they don't, but they should. Now, with that said, unfortunately, we can't use them for a variety of reasons until next year. This is probably the only year I'll have to do it by hand, but the stream money, though, is more complicated than a normal one, so we'll see. Exist says, back when you were in math, a grad student would go off his meds and rant on the coffee capsule money email chains with the American consulate in Sarajevo CC'd. Yeah, so we used to have a department-wide email chain, not email chain, what's it called? Web server, email list chain thing. I know the words for sure. And occasionally the professors would be a little late at night and decide that they need to take out their decades-long frustration with each other publicly. And all of the faculty and all of the grad students were on this exact same list. And inevitably, by morning, the other professor would have responded. And it would lead to this tremendous blowout in which the grad students who were writing under these professors would begin sniping at each other back and forth. And these things occasionally ran to 40 or 50 emails back and forth of professors and grad students drunkenly insulting each other. Now, I never took part in this. I thought it was unseemly and terrible, but somehow they managed to run a functional department despite all of this. It was horrible, horrible, horrible. And ultimately, in my 3rd or 4th year, they got rid of the email server, email list, whatever it's called, and I'm very, very happy for that. I think the department was healthy afterwards, or healthier afterwards, but I also think the professors no longer spoke to each other after that point, because because they didn't know how to talk publicly. They were all very shy, and to just argue on the listserv. That's what it's called. It's called a listserv. That's the phrase I couldn't find. Imagine replying saying, "Gentlemen, stop. What would Kant think of you?" I've told this story before, but the grad students at my department had a common area, a fairly large office in which the vast majority of the 1st and 2nd year grad students shared pooled desks. So you'd go into this room and just pick a desk for the day and sit there and do your grading, do your work, and chit-chat with other grad students. It was a nice community building space. One year, though, a 1st year grad student joined up and misunderstood the point of this common room. He thought that everyone got their own desk forever. One moment, let me say thank you. Quick Ben, thank you for the full year of subscribing to our channel. I appreciate that a whole bunch. Thank you for the generosity. It's good to see you. And thank you also for encouraging me to use one of those mods in RimWorld. It's been very nice to be able to help people who can't see colors as well. Good to see you, Quick Ben, for sure. All right, so this student came in and decided that he had one personal desk and loaded it with all of his things. Absolutely, absolutely. And then the other students decided to change the room setup. Again, nothing belongs to anyone in there. It's just a matter of making it work for everyone. And so the students moved his desk along with the other desks. Again, his desk, the one he had chosen to use, moved them around. The next day, we received a, 8 or 9 long paragraph argument from the students about how we had violated his dignity as a human by taking his property and using it in a way that he had not consented to. he included quotations from John Locke, the American Founding Fathers, and Immanuel Kant. And boy howdy, this was the part when the listserv was still accurate, or still active rather. And people made so much fun of him. Again, I did not take part, but people were so mean in response. I've heard before the best way to get people together is to have one outsider. And this poor guy had stepped right into that role by misunderstanding the point of this communal space, but also by making a big deal out of it. He's a Canadian, actually, a very sweet Canadian fundamentally. But as a first-year grad student, you often want to show that you know your stuff, that you belong in grad school, because we're all dealing with inferiority complexes. And so he tried to show off in a way that was not quite right. Friends, let me mention we have an ad break coming right now. It'll be 3 minutes of ads. I'm just going to talk through it. On the other side, we'll play some video games, oh, most certainly. But yeah, I don't feel great about that one. In the next couple of years, he apologized ultimately. He gave that admission that we all give, which is as first-year grad students, you just want to not feel the imposter syndrome, that you do not belong there, that everyone else is a genius and you're just not. And that is, that is definitely a hard thing to deal with. I think a lot of academics struggle with that their whole lives because they spend time reading the works of geniuses, people who advance the field they're in such profound ways. And I look at myself and I say, I could never do that. Like, I'm a relatively intelligent person, but compared to the greats of intellectual history, I'm, chopped liver, dog meat, nothing of value. And so it's very easy to say, oh, I don't belong in my own field. And I think grad students are particularly susceptible to that because when you first come in as a first-year student, you have casual conversation with 5th to 7th year students, people who are almost done. And you say, they are the smartest people in the world. They are better than I will ever be. And then ultimately you recognize they've just been around longer, studying quite carefully for 5 to 7 more years than you, and you'll get there eventually also. And then you can be the object of fear for the new grad students. Blah ha 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 ha. I tried very hard to be supportive of the first year students, but it is tough because they are so self-defeating often. It's how it goes. Hey Janky Gamer, you asked, I see Tynan's Rimworld tweet? Yes, we discussed this one at some length yesterday. That is the new DLC teaser. We saw a Discord message earlier today in which one of the devs for Rimworld announced that what this character is holding is not a block of cheese. Our great desire, this character is a cheesesmith, actively creating the finest Gouda, Edam, and Brie all throughout the Rim, it's false. It's absolutely false. What a shame. I'm still saying it's probably gold or some other special resource like that, but it's not cheese, unfortunately, how it goes. Janky, you'd watch my CK3 tutorials. I appreciate that. If you type in !YouTube, you'll get a link to those. There are probably 4 or 5 of them. They try to explain relatively arcane mechanics of CK3. Now, a number of those videos are kind of out of date. They were published in the first 6 months or so of CK3 being out, and there have been a number of updates since then. The general flow of them is still correct. I'll still defend what I said, but often there are little fiddly changes. Like a button I say is right here is now right here instead. Or something I say like you can't do in the game, it's now positive, or now possible to do. And that's a little annoying because from time to time I now get posts that say, this guy's an idiot, you can do this thing. And I always respond saying, thanks for the feedback, I made this a long time ago, but thanks for the correction, I appreciate it. And so I've considered trying to make new versions of these videos, but I just don't have the energy or time or desire to redo that kind of work, especially when, again, the basic element is still true. Exists here at your Ivy school, the curse on the other side. New grad students think they're the highest intellectual stuff. Oh yeah, I definitely accept that. I've known some first, second year students from the big philosophy schools, and some of them come out with absolutely preposterous claims. Like, hello, I'm a brand new grad student, everything that every philosopher has ever written is wrong, I myself will solve all the problems. And my sense this is actually a defensive overreaction to that imposter syndrome. Now, I don't want to be Freudian and claim these people do not know their own subconscious or their own motivations, but I think that people respond to feelings or fears of insufficiency in a wide variety of ways. And so I often think the hyper-arrogant person is one who is also worried that they don't actually matter or don't do good work or whatever, in a reversed way to the person who collapses inside. Now, I'm not a therapist. I'm not a psychologist. I frankly know nothing about these topics, but I'm happy to opine wildly. That's the real value of having your own Twitch channel. You can just stand here and say anything you want to. And if someone types in chat, Resorty, as a psychologist, I disagree with you, you just ban them. It's great. All right, that's enough opening blather. If you're still here after all of that, gosh, you must be a true Resorty fan. And golly gosh, I do appreciate your being here. Let's go ahead and play some video games. Let's begin playing today's Crusader Kings III playthrough. We are up in Scotland. We're having a good time. And let's continue this game and see what is going. Jim, I thought you might be. As a person who works as a social worker and therapist, let me tell you. Friends, we're currently playing as the King of Scotland. Last stream, we successfully launched a rebellion against the then-present King of Scotland, and we're not entirely convinced, or we've not entirely convinced people who are beneath us that we deserve to rule. That said, our King's legitimacy level, recently added to the game, is 3 of 5. Our powerful vassals want us to be level 4 legitimacy. I know it's possible for us to get there by doing a funeral, by doing more hunting, by engaging in other grand affairs of our reign. Unfortunately, we have very little money. Yesterday, we spent so much money fighting a war in Normandy that we were absolutely winning. Like 100% guaranteed we were winning. But then, somehow, the war invalidated itself. And I spent probably a good 5 minutes thinking about why that would be. I can't think of any reason it should have invalidated, but it did. And so we no longer have the claims against Normandy. That will sit there as a bit of blot upon France for now. Speaking of other wars we're involved in, we're currently allegedly helping the HRE to... currently involved in the HRE's wars in Bohemia. I tried to come help, but the HRE did a very bad job of helping me, and so I've sent my troops back home. I contributed to the war just enough to claim that I don't need to help them anymore. The current big deal in our playthrough is we're working on developing a legend for our king. A great deed for Dunkeld. Apparently, my king has gone forth and done absolutely wonderful things. He's done absolutely beautiful things. He has helped peasants with their farming. He's assisted old ladies in crossing the street. If there's something kind and good to do in this world, King Dunkeld has done so. King Arthur Dunkeld, in fact. Now, with this said, he's done literally none of it. It's entirely made up. The long chronicle here we read on the stream yesterday is 100% nonsense. But we've managed to convince 66 baronies, so temples and counties, or temples and cities and all the rest, that we are indeed the rightful legendary character. To get an upgrade on this thing, to get it from a, I don't know what it's called, like or from famed to the second level, possibly illustrious, we have to have 100 baronies. As of right now, though, there are various English dukes, the King of England, the Prince of Denmark, who are all spreading this legend. We want to continue working on that, getting ourselves up to very high fame. Now, with that said, my king is not an ambitious person. He is not arrogant, so he's actually not exactly interested in spreading these fables, these myths. I don't want to say these falsehoods, but it's somewhere in between there. You can have your own facts, and I'll have mine too. Fake news, etc. Because he's not arrogant or ambitious, Every time he tries to propagate his myth, he takes a big stress hit. As of right now, we are teetering between level 0 and level 1. We have to continue finding buttons to stop our stress. 2 years until we can pet our cats. One moment. How many years here? 2 years till we can write down thoughts in the journal, and 2 years till we can go for a run. So as of right now, we have none of the buttons we can push to lower our stress. Our character's a forgiving person, so I believe I can lower stress also by forgiving people's sins. And yeah, I have 2 criminals. My brother Alistair, his criminality was what? He attempted to murder someone in our family. Sounds to me like a mistake made in your youth. You are forgiven. And then also, my steward, the Duchess Eve, what did she do? She is a fornicator. Shame, shame, shame. Sounds like a perfectly natural human response to the world. We forgive you. Hooray, hooray, hooray. And so with that done, our stress is now below level 1. It will be going up again very, very, very soon. I guarantee it. All right. The King Jocelyn, let's say the King of England, is a beautiful carpet. Now, the King of England is currently helping me with my attempt to propagate my myth. That said, he is evil and doesn't like me all that much. So I do not trust his gift. I'll say thank you for it. I send away the messenger and immediately sell this item. Our stress goes down even more, and we have quite a bit of money for now. I'd like to use that money first and foremost to repair an item that's currently breaking. Our very first item ever, Prince Malmure's book about books. Repairing that one is a good idea, as it does give us the possibility to get more learning XP where we have a character who's trying to learn learning. As I'm on this page, I also see we have no current items and no antiquarian. Unfortunately, it seems to be the case that we have no possible antiquary. What is the plural of antiquarian? Antiquaropodes, surely. So we need to go ahead and get some more people in our court before too long. We could definitely marry people off to bring in more characters. We could also scrape the bottom of the barrel. My royal court is bereft of skilled individuals to fill the court positions needed to maintain a thriving kingdom. My household lacks grandeur, but perhaps the solution lies in the most unlikely of places. We go around the town square crying out, "Oyez, oyez, the king has work for you." My sleep through Dunkeld has dragged Kusen to see me. The man appears to have seen more than his fair share of conflict and cruelty in the world, and wears the reminder of every fist and blade which bashed and cut him down. Despite his affliction, it's been brought to my attention, he's a skilled diplomat with skills in the Anglic language that rivals any noble. His subversive charisma and unusual appearance will undoubtedly catch the interest of any foreign noble visiting my court. He is blind, he is missing an eye, he is missing an arm. He's pretty good at diplomacy, but so we can welcome aboard, he can become our musician. I believe that musicians help us to spread our legend, or we can make our executioner, or we can ban someone else, or I don't care. Welcome to the nobility. We have a musician, and he is about to die because he's maimed and malnourished. Well, we'll see if he stays around for a while. Also with a pile of money I have right now, I'm going to go ahead and invite some knights to join me. Always good to have more knights. And some of them will have skills useful as antiquarian, etc. All good, all good, all good. And he died immediately. I was hoping that his hanging out at our court would help him to get over his malnutrition. But no, a little too late. Poor fellow, poor fellow. I'm glad he had a moment of honor, though. I hope he's able to hear all the good words piled upon his ears. My little cat has charmed a vassal. This is Duchess Finguala. She does not like us very much, but she likes the cat at least. Some more positive opinions. As of right now, we're not trying to make anyone like us, so we will go ahead and do that. And then also, as kind of expected, we lost the war that we tried to help in for the HRE. So the Kaiser lost a level of fame, A populous leader has taken over the Kingdom of Bohemia. So down here, Bohemia is now run by a peasant leader. Look at him go. I suspect the HRE will try to take that back at some point. We'll see, we'll see. Also, we have 2 more people on the promotion of our legend. The Duke of Kent is one of the 2. The other one is the Duke of Northumbria. So yeah, the English are all about my legend. They're enjoying it very much. And then we have a fine knight joining us. A Polish man has found his way north. He's patient and stubborn and sadistic. Does that make him good at antiquarianism? I have no idea. But join me, my friend, that I might use you to fill at least some necessary role. Let us see. So put that away. Antiquarian. There he is. He's better than nobody. Yep. Learning is the big issue here. I wish you the best of luck taking care of my things. We have no jester right now. Nobody wants to be the jester. We have no champion. We'll have William take that one. Looks good. Despite my wife's poor stewardship, every courtier among us likes us a little bit more. And we just recently, in the past, I don't know, week or so, completed 2 new technologies. Let's go and check those out. So one of the 2 was Burrs. That is a prior era city builder, or military buildings. So we can begin upgrading our military buildings. And we also learned just now bailiffs? I think it was bailiffs we just learned, which gives 1 more building slot in every single holding. So we'll want to build those up also. Horseshoes help your characters to move faster on the map. Communal government helps us get higher developments. I believe our development is very, very low right now, even in our capital. It is 9. So raising it to 35 is absolutely not necessary. As such, we will go ahead and take the prior era faster movement first. Seems like a good thing. That won't take too terribly long, because our king is a 32 in learning. I love it, I love it, I love it. We are now at peace. The money is flowing in. We are fully stacked up in our current men of arm group, though only pulling in 5 money. The main reason for that is we do not have sufficient domain for our current holdings. That seems right. We're at 17, so 1 more stewardship would do it. That said, I already have my stewardship item equipped, I think. Yeah, the iridescent stone gives me 1 stewardship. If only it gave me 2 instead. In the stewardship tree, we'll eventually be able to unlock divided attention, which gives us 2 more domain limit. Hopefully get there before the king dies to really get some more income coming in and also get more buildings going. A message from Countess... Who's this? Countess Beorngith Sirix Doher of Leinster. Leinster, I believe it is. She wants to play a game we accept. In this game we learned about yesterday, apparently it's similar to chess, but there's an encircling mechanic in which one side must have pieces on opposite sides of the opponent to take a piece. We're going to claim learning over and over and over again. That's our strongest skill. Rock, paper, scissors. It's very confusing. She's countering my stratagems. We try again, and somehow we win. Random choices, the only way to have the greatest of possible outcomes. Hooray! So we could lose our stress by insulting her or saying, let's play again in the future. She might like that. She agrees with a good game and will play again sometime soon. That would be good. Hello, Kenga. Hello, Praise Relics. Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a lovely day wherever you are in the world. If we want to, we can change this contract from Marjorie to Strathclyde. As right now, it's a totally standard contract. She's currently pulling in 2.5 money a month. I kind of want to get my, what's the word, fangs into that, my teeth into that. The biggest way to get more money right now is just to make her like us more. And so we will need to get our legitimacy up. To get legitimacy up, we need to go on many decisions and events. Throwing a funeral would help a bunch, but we gotta save a bunch of money for that. So perhaps we sit quietly while trying to make more money. Also, if we can get down to, what is it? Are we already there? Learn on the job here gives more counter skill to our lord. If I can improve my steward significantly, we'll then get our necessary amount of domain. Our stewardess is Duchess Ava. She's a 15. Is there anyone better? There's a 19. So 20% of 15. Math. So it's fewer than 5 points. I can say that safely. 20% of 20 is 5. So we might get one more point here. So from 3 to 4 at least. Duchess Ava's not going to like this, but I can hold her off. Provost James, I choose you. Do we get one more point then? Most certainly not. Most certainly not. We're still stuck at 17. Math is hard, okay. Whichever way, the Duke of Brittany decided to promote my legend also, so throughout France things are going now. You think the ones in the middle give flat bonuses? Wait, the ones in the middle, randomized, what do you mean? Which one's in the middle? The ones in the middle. Do you mean this one here? It does give 3 flat stewardship. We've already taken that one. If you're a little more specific, I'll help out. We have a man named Radagast. He's an even better steward, isn't he? No, he's one worse. That said, I'm sure we can find a job for him. Welcome to the court for 90 money. Oh, the vassal contract. You're absolutely right. Randomized. Yeah, vassal contract, if you want to change things on the middle line, it does allow us to, for example, say they're allowed to fight wars. Say, for example, they're able to, where is it? Say that they're able to give us more money or more troops or more whatever else we want. We also have a hook on her. Can I forgive that hook? I think I can. Maybe not. I thought there's a way to say, don't you worry about the hook, but maybe not. Gotta forgive more people, hopefully. One of these days. We can appoint a successor to our title, the Mountain of Athol. Who shall it be? Our new knight. I have no idea how to say that name. I know the L with cross is a W sound, but I apologize, Polish viewers. I got absolutely nothing for you this time. We have 90 money we want now. Because I'm not planning to go to war for a little while, I'm going to... Yeah, I'm going to start building things instead. So, poor old Fife here. Poor old Fife has not had any buildings yet. So let's go and build something. And, oh, we need one more cash. All right, one moment. Hey! It's our first ever capital plague. A walk through the Earldom of Athol seems pleasant enough at first, but closer inspection reveals something deeply unpleasant. A plague has arrived in this once thriving metropolis. The skin of the affected is deep red and covered in lumps and bumps. Countless fresh scars cover the skin from endless itching, and those hopeless eyes are bloodshot and red. Numbers remain low, but more and more of the population are getting the Atholian pox. So we have an achievement to leave our capital and go somewhere safe. We'll do that in just a moment. First, though, bring me the physician. The physician says we can only have a slight response because it is the case that the plague is not too bad. We'll take that soft approach. Hey, Nick, how's it going? Is it worth building buildings and holdings not in your name, or better to invest only in those you directly own? As with everything else in CK3, it depends. So generally speaking, yes, it's better to improve the things that you yourself hold. Now, that said, if all of your buildings are fully upgraded, if all of your building slots are already full, and you have tons of money, then sure, go ahead and help your vassals, especially those ones who like you the most already. because the better off they're doing, the more taxes and troops you get also. It can also be sensible to try to strengthen the land of your heir if it's the case that your heir might end up needing to fight wars. So often, if you give one of your children land, the local duke will attack them immediately to try to take it back, and there's no way you can help by having your troops march to support your kid/vassal's territory. So instead, you can directly upgrade their buildings, making them a little stronger, and in that way potentially less likely to be attacked. There's an answer, but the general gold star answer is upgrade your own personal holdings first. There you go. Hey, Alice here, welcome back. The S mark in Polish is similar to Japanese shi. Cool, thank you. With that, are we able to learn how to say this man's name? Just a little bit. Alright, so it's she, we. Never mind. I was going to give it the old college try, but I decided against doing so. It is time for us to go somewhere safe if possible. So, my queen is so bad at stewardship. Do we need her? So if she's not on stewardship, our domain cap is still 6. She's actually bad at everything. Why did we marry her? Was this a love match? Was this a diplomacy match? I have absolutely no idea why we married this person. There must have been a reason, but I've forgotten entirely. Oh, did it give us an alliance with the HRE? It did. Thank you. Yeah, her father is the Holy Roman Emperor. Very good, thank you. Makes a lot of sense. Alright, so where can we go right now? Hunts are very expensive. If I just go for a quick little hunt and give absolutely no money to the hunt, how much is it? It's still more than 200 money. Well, that's no good. So what's the cheapest way to leave my capital? I think a nearby pilgrimage as a king is fairly expensive also. Pilgrimage is on average 480. How if I decide to just go visit the Archbishop of Canterbury? 296. 261 is the cheapest we can get. Alright, what that means is my king needs to hide in his capital. So, we're able to seal the doors and throw the peasantry out apparently. I've never done this. So, I've done this in CK2. In CK2, if you close the gates of your castle, the peasants get very angry because you've abandoned them. So I want to read Isolate Capital and Enter Seclusion both and see what comes of it. So, it just increases the plague resistance of your capital. We already have the plague, so we can't use that in fact. Entering Seclusion makes yourself and your close family more resistant to plagues. We're going to do this one and see what comes of it. Here we go. A great and deadly plague is on the horizon, and though many will die, I cannot allow myself or my loved ones to be counted among the dead. We must retreat to the outskirts of the capital in seclusion, safe from the miasma of plague and disease. So if we do this, we become secluded. We lose a whole bunch of stats. We remove the chance of being infected. We'll do it. We'll learn how this goes. Carried far away from the stink of the capital's heart late at night, I and my family may remain distant from the people of the realm, and they're not bathing, and they're wearing fleas and ticks, and mites in their hair and so on. Communication is limited. My throne feels empty, but we should remain safe from the death and decay beyond our 4 modest walls. Very well, lock ye the door. Keep those peasants out. So because we're still in our capital area, we don't have to enter a regency. Good to know. My physician reports in, speaking to the door because I won't let him in, that the plague has been slowed at least. Unfortunately, my physician/bishop is also heading on towards death. He's still a pretty good... No, he's a terrible doctor. Wait, why on earth did I make this man our doctor? Is it possible he had no one else available at the time? Oh boy. I mean, he's real smart, but it's mostly theoretical knowledge. He once read a book about the human body. He also pokes at himself a lot and is curious. Is that really our best physician candidate? Replace. Yeah, they're all horrible. Everyone's a horrible doctor. He's currently trying to limit plagues. Once the plague's over, we have to move him to other important tasks and help us improve our research especially. Because it's unlikely we can leave here during this plague, I'm going to begin spending money on upgrading our various holdings again. At some point, I'm planning to move our capital to Edinburgh, as it's a 4 holding county. My current one's only a 2, I believe. So a good upgrade, also a proper ducal capital compared to our territory up there. So, with this being potentially our capital, I'm going to give it a hospice to lower chance of getting plagues. 2 diseases have come on simultaneously. Number 1, my martial personal champion and master of etc. has caught smallpox. Welp, good luck and Godspeed. Also, my wife has caught pregnancy. What a shame. What a shame. A few nice things are happening. Luckily, with my physician having to deal with people with pox, he is earning experience relatively quickly. Hopefully that continues. And then a new knight. His name is Roelof von Visch. He's a true Catholic man. How much money do you want to join me? 75. As much as I do need knights, and it sure be nice to have a person fighting on behalf of the Pope, we'll go ahead and ignore that for right now. The Shining Star of Scotland has died, and so we now have a new knight in that position. Hope it continues. Do we have sons? We have one son. His name is Dugald of Scotland. He's a crazy person who has not yet produced a child. His wife a fornicator, but not with him. Also, his wife really hates us. Oh, no. She hates her duke, who is one of the French dukes, not ours. Whichever way. We do have an heir. It's our only one. We also do have brothers if need be. And those brothers will keep us in the family through all of those, I believe. And one of Earl Beethan is us also. Yeah, we have a very long line of succession. We'll see. A shady discussion. I'm passing through the castle gardens for a morning walk when I hear some chit-chat between 2 knights. Also, I always love in this event how the knight wearing the chainmail mitts looks like a kitty cat begging for a treat. I don't know why he holds his hands that way, but I do love it. Anyway, they're having a chit-chat whispering about the Duchess Finguala, who hates me. So I could warn her, I could try to listen in, I could demand to hear this by torturing them, or just not care. I will go ahead and try to listen in. I managed to get closer to the 2 without them noticing me. They know that she has unsavory habits. She is a deviant. Now, I'm going to go ahead and blackmail her, which is not very forgiving, but this will keep her out of factions against us. Or I just can forgive her, can't I? No, it's not publicly known. So if I want to, I could make it public that she's a deviant and then forgive her the sin. But I think that blackmailing it or exposing it causes stress. It actually does not cause stress to reveal the truth about her. So we could just burn off stress by revealing and then forgiving. Our stress is halfway decent right now, so I'm going to ignore this with knowledge that if we need to keep her out of factions, we can do so by blackmailing her. Our Consul William has died of an apoplexy, despite his being also full of the smallpox. Does smallpox cause apoplexy? I have no idea. What I do know, though, is the finest marshal around is the Duchess on whom we have a secret. She's a 16. She'll come to like us just fine once she's on the council. We'll take that. And while we're not at war, we're going to invite her to fix control first. And our current capital's fine control. The other ones nearby that we own are possibly Murray, but not much else. Am I a recognition of talent, tradition, enjoyer? So Garros, if I'm being entirely honest, I do not know how to use traditions in this game. Like, I'm generally aware of what they are. Like, I'm generally knowledgeable about what's going on. But I just never remember to use traditions at all. And so I tend to just stay in the traditions that we start with. And then once I have 20 or 30,000 prestige piled up, I go, oh yeah, traditions. And then we attempt to change the traditions of our culture. And we're not there yet. We only have 1,100. Is that something cooing I hear? Some muffled mews. Sat in an alcove is our fine Polish knight with our cat, God's Fire Brigade, cradled in his arms. The feline looks at him adoringly, limbs tucked in like a babe's, and the smitten knight rocks him lovingly. I offer a greeting, but though the human responds, the cat merely purrs contentedly and burrows his face into the crook of an arm. Despite myself, I feel pangs of jealousy. As mentioned, this fellow does hold his hands up like a cat, and so I understand the relationship. So I could demand to have my cat back, or accept that my cat has rejected me. It causes us to lose stress a little less quickly, but that's okay. I don't want to hold my cat back. He is, or she is, I believe, a free being who may consent to spend time with whomever they want to. Factioning against me, just one of my brothers sure does want to be king. He has support of himself and one of the duchesses. That's fine. We have enough money to now build a build, I believe, in Edinburgh. We can build a build. No, we can't. We need a couple more ticks here until we can make our proper hospice. You can rebut the cat can do what they want by saying, I'm the king. I mean, it is true. I am definitely the king, and hail to the etc. But I don't want to treat my cat poorly. Our vassals are courtiers, of course. But when it comes to the king, less so. I retreat to my chambers one evening, exhausted and weary from yet another day of tedium and monotony. As I lay on the edge of sleep, I'm suddenly stirred awake by a shrill screeching of metal on stone. I shoot awake and see a shadowy figure at the edge of my bed, his toothy grin the only illuminated part of him I can see clearly. I cannot move. I can only stare as he steps towards me, dagger in hand. Then, suddenly, I wake once more. He has marked me with this visit. I fear I'll be collected by death very soon. A fate I must change. This is a new event. Exciting. I could say I must become immortal. Now in CK2 that was possible. In CK3 we'll see. So, the cost of upgrading the legend is cheaper. We change a legend chapter, and we try to become immortal for 15 years, making it very likely that our legend spreads more easily. Or is only a driss. It was only a driss. I want to give you a behind-the-scenes perspective on what happened there. The phrase is, it was only a dream. Inside of myself, I felt something click together. That one song that goes, it was only a kiss, it was only a kiss, how did it end up like this? I thought to myself, maybe I can make a joke based on that song by reading it was only a dream. And so I combined dream and kiss to the delightful driss, a fun portmanteau. Definitely I've had dreams of kisses. That's what I was thinking about. Level-headed makes more piety, etc. Absolutely not. I wish to become immortal and convince everyone near me that that is my true goal. How does that change our legend? We have a new bit in the Chronicle. King Arthur of Scotland was stirred in the night by a shocking visit from death. Since this harrowing visitation, Arthur decided to flee that which others would call inevitable and pursue eternal life on Earth. All right, we're trying our best. Hey, 100 baronies believe in this deed, so we can upgrade it. How do I do that? I think it's here. To do that, we need a little bit more money. Absolutely. Absolutely. We're going to upgrade it to... What's the next level called? Maybe famed, possibly. We also get more legitimacy then. Our first time ever upgrading one, we just need more money. I want to spend the money on something else, but we'll spend it on our lies instead. My counselor has died, another victim of smallpox. We have a new bishop. His name is Tag. He likes us just fine. And he's a good Christian man. And also wants to be a doctor. What that means is my doctor died at a time when we have a terrible, terrible plague ravaging us. Luckily, this man's actually a doctor. His learning, education, and skill moves him good on doctor. I love it. Hey, R squared. R squared, thank you for the gift sub in our channel to Frozen Tomato. Frozen Tomato, enjoy the gift from R squared. R squared, I felt so bad earlier today. I think you don't know yet that Japan does not go through daylight savings changes. And so I saw that you left a message like, hey, Resorty, how's it going? Presumably when I was supposed to start stream in your time zone. So thank you for the very sweet message. It's good seeing you. But yeah, that's why I didn't respond earlier. That's how it goes. Hello, Grobzilla. How's it going, my friend? Good to see you for sure. We have a few knights. I'm not going to bring in any more knights until the plague is over. That said, a man named Leopold von Mühlhausen, a mystical man, would kind of like to join us here. So, how much money do you have you join us? 90 gold. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Barging in on me and my guitar. Oh boy, more songs today. So far we've managed to keep our plague contained. Unfortunately, it's being contained in my capital, so possibly the worst place to be. Anyway, what's my purpose? What is the meaning of life? All is dark around me. Just ahead, a solitary light is there in the distance. Like instinct, I walk across this void towards a single spot of light until I'm greeted by a lone figure dressed all in white who looks like an older version of me. He smiles at me with a kind of warmth only a father can give and invites me to sit beside him. Basking in the warmth of his presence, I feel an inexplicable elation and peace. Do you know why I made mortals die, Arthur? It's what separates you from me. You know how precious life is. Your eternity in heaven is coming. But for now, there are people below waiting for you. A visit from the divine. I could say I get it, I finally get it. For 25 years, we become at peace with ourselves, confronted their mortality and took comfort in the fleeting nature of life. Or, I demand I live forever. So if that happens, we get an existential crisis, and I become terrified of dying. My goodness. I wonder if it's very stressful if your character's ambitious or arrogant and just doesn't want to die. But I will take the lower stress all the way, becoming at peace, making our legend spread. So how did my great story change with that decision? So we attempt to pursue eternal life on Earth. But then, King Arthur of Scotland was visited by God, who spoke to him directly about the nature of creation and the beauty of a finite life. Were our life infinite, we could do everything, we'd have no joy, no interest, it would all become meaningless. He's emerged from his legendary confrontation a changed man, at peace with the fleeting nature of life and the eventual peace of heaven. Alright, we need $100 dues more to upgrade our legend. And our fine Polish man has died of the pox. There's probably 4 relatively important characters now dead. I wonder if we can only have 100 baronies, so long as we don't upgrade it. Oh Lord. Apparently, we became okay with that whole dying thing. But then, I'm riding through the streets of Dunkeld when a mob of screaming and shouting peasants descends on the retinue. Before I realize what's happening, the commoners tear me from my horse and start beating me. I can hear my guards shouting, but long before they reach me, the world is fading from my sight. So, that means there's successful assassination against the king. I tend not to see those at this point in the game. Usually I have to have more enemies to pull that one off, but I had so much to live for. We were murdered. King Arthur of Scotland dies at the age of 50. His father died at the age of 70. He died under mysterious circumstances. A keen and dedicated hunter, he loved to spend entire weeks in the wilderness, looking for the most elusive game. King Dugald ascends to the throne. Trusting and complacent, Dugald's council may have more power over him than what is right. So, the "you have died" message didn't mention the most important thing about old Dugald. Namely, he's a crazy person still, and a drunkard. Drunkards can die at any moment without any warning. So, this might be kind of bad. We'll see. Luckily, he has no children. Okay, one moment. The prior queen is pregnant for one more month. So it's possible that we'll get a brother that we can begin training as our heir, if necessary. In the process, we lost no titles, thank goodness. And here's the lineage. We began with King Malmure, 70 years of age. Then King Arthur, 50 years of age. And now Dugald, beginning at age 23. Alright, we must inherit the legend. How do we do that? We inherit the great deed for Dunkeld. It's my story. The story of our father, and also the story of me too. So, level 1. Not completing it until it's much, much higher. Eventually. Alright, got that started. Now, the other problems. Number 1, my physician slash bishop supports us, but not by a lot. That's good. The solution is executing all the peasants. Don't give my possessed king any ideas. Things might get really rocky pretty soon. Let's fix the council first. Also, my wife has a county. So we're not going to have a wife who's able to help on our council. As such, it might be worth trying to develop a divorce. It is the case that she's a sinful woman, so that might need to happen at some point soon. More rightly, she has not given me a son. As such, we must start the Church of Scotland as a way to free ourselves from this troublesome woman. Alright, in-rage counselors. Number one. Our most powerful Duchess hates us all the way. She could not hate us more if she tried. She wants us to be king of Ireland to submit to us rightly. I can't fix this, unfortunately. What a shame. So, having a very strong counselor or chancellor is a good thing at this point. And the reason for that is we can use them to try to make other vassals like us. We may get a fight a succession war here. I'm going to take my uncle, because surely he'll take care of us all the way through. Domestic affairs, yes. I need a very good steward. 14 is not amazing, but it's good enough. She's my half-sister. We really need someone to help us with stewardship. We'll check our inventory in a moment also. Marshals. The Duchess of Man is very close to liking us, so going to the council will help a little bit. And then Spymaster. Yeah, definitely putting the woman who hates us all the way there. No, the finest Spymaster is Some random man named Matad. I don't know who you are, man, but at least you'll like me and keep me good and safe. Let's do it. That part is dealt with for right now. The king has one free item, it looks like. That's just the book about books, which helps with learning, which we don't need currently. Our son is all in on fortune building, so we're definitely go towards that to get our domain up. Now, we need a bunch of points to hold all of this. He's at 11, so one more point will get us to 6 holdings. We need a bunch more past that we probably can't get unless we have an absolutely amazing queen who's like pure stewardship. That says she's currently a 0 in intrigue, so good. All right, we will go hard into stewardship, I've decided, and ignore development for right now. Cool. He's in meritocracy currently. Neither of these are actually useful. The top one's absolutely not useful. But likable will help with the vassals. I tend to like going architect first because it eventually gives that +2 domain limit. We may stay administrator though, we'll see. When you get the lifestyle point, also increase the stat by 1 point. No. Yeah. So choosing domain focus, you get +3. And so now we're at 14, so we can hold 1 domain. We just need to get 1 more domain by getting 4 more points in stewardship. So, what does the Pope want to say about ye old divorce? The king says, or the Pope says no. He likes her just fine. She's also virtuous. Despite her sin, she's chaste. How are you a chaste fornicator? This makes no sense. Well, we'll deal with that. Alright, things to deal with. Grand Tour, no. Isolate capital, no. Seclusion, yes. It lowers our stewardship by 2. We can handle that. Fine. Locked inside again. Hybrid culture, no. I'm going to click through this tutorial just so it stops popping up. Good. All right, we'll have to hold off on the divorce for now. There is an achievement for sending us out in the world when we are infected in our capital. I'd like to do that. I was saving up money also to upgrade our legend, but I don't want to do that right now. We'll see if we get additional factioning. I suspect we will. Now, our father knew a secret about our top vassal. We could go looking for that one to keep her in line, hopefully. But we'll see in a bit. Can I declare war for her county? Nah, it's fine. She'll fall in line eventually. There's no big concerns here. So I believe it was 200 and some money to go on a hunt. A feline hunter! The prior cat went wild and then came back again? Friends, it's time for a second cat of this playthrough. Heck yes! What shall we name the second cat? We can insist it's the same cat as the prior one, and name it again God's Fire Brigade, which is a beautiful name. But we need a better name. What name do you think is good for a cat that purrs sweetly and has orange fur? What is this cat's name? Hey George, how you doing, my friend? Paws, Mittens, Flame? Call it Rumble Pack. That's an old reference, but I love it. Purific McCat, proof of mortality. Remembering our father's absolute insanity, or wanting eternal life, or choosing insanity. We could pick a name that isn't quite right. We can call him, I don't know, the Lord Mayor Doombringer. That is a perfect name for our Crazy King's cat. Perfect. Call him toxoplasmosis. There was a time when I was a kid I was very worried about getting that. This is the disease that cats pass on to humans. It's not a good one by any means. It also passes on to rats, right? And it leads to rats not being afraid of cats anymore, I believe. Hey, the papal credit card! The papal credit card ready to go! Yes! By only 1 point of improvement. Improvement? That's definitely a word rather. Thanks for the money, Pope guy. So, I want to reinstate the Mountain of Aethel position to freighter my seneschal back online. Mountain of Aethel gains the Pike Captain attribute. I've never seen that before. That's amazing, though. Actually, I've seen it once before. I suspect that means that our pikemen fight more better. What does it do? At level 2, is that right? At level 2, spearmen have more damage and toughness. As a good portion of our army is pikemen, we like it. We like it a lot. Okay, I'd like to go ahead and get the achievement for leaving our home here. The only available alliances are those inside of our realm, so we don't need that right now. But what we need is to go on a hunt. So we're leaving seclusion for a moment to... we go to a funeral for our father. The funeral for our father would give us a lot of legitimacy. Man, we're already level 4. That's all my vassals want. What happened at level 5? So I've never seen level 5 before. You get more renown every month. So our beautiful family gets some rewards. Also, faster short reign is over. Also, people like us more. I'd like to say, let's make God on our side. It is time for the funeral for our father. I need to go somewhere safe. So, Dunkeld next door is our home. We previously have gone to Kiramir here. It's not showing an especially good place. Why is Glasgow showing a better place? Problems with the highest score give increased piety. Well, these are higher score apparently. I'm going to Kiramir here. There's not a plague here. It's not super safe, but it seems absolutely fine. Need a new caravan master. Hello, Walter Breakspear. That's a great name. Probably got that name when one time, as a mere peasant, he broke some spear. We like it. And then there's some high danger on the way because the holder doesn't like us very much. Let's bring some mercenary guards. That lowers it to 3 medium dangers. We also bring a hill guide, mountaineer, bring it to 1 low danger. Fine. For whom do we care? Our father, of course. What do we do here? We're not allowed to espouse legitimacy because we can't insist on a relationship with our father. So we're just going to mourn the right way to go. And if we want to, we can go from dignified ceremonials to extravagant ceremonials. Death has come to a great person in the realm. Do they not deserve everything we can provide? No expense will be spared for the funeral ceremony, and all shall know of the great tragedy that struck this realm. Heck yes, here we go. Very good, very good, very good. Mercury's coming, Mountaineer's coming, great. Didn't they used to stream with a no-back seating tag? First of all, achievements. You'll never take me alive. We travel to a safe holding while the capital is infected by an epidemic. Nice. Yeah, I used to stream with a no-back seating tag. I'm much cooler about back seating than I used to be. In part, I know how to deal with it now. But, so I got rid of the no-back seating tag. It seemed unfriendly, but tags are hard for me to think about. So the tags I choose are English wholesome suit guy. Those are my tags. That seems good to me. Kiramir is going to be Arthur's final resting place. I'm left alone to gather my thoughts and prepare for the arrival of the honored mourners. I'll never forget dear old dad. But then... oh yeah. But then, our mother has produced a brother for us. This brother is the future of the Empire / Kingdoms, whatever I call it. His name is currently Malsnekton. I have no idea what that means, but I love it. Or, because we're crazy, we're gonna call him Marmalade. Is spelled with an E there? How does one spell Marmalade, friends? It's not Marmalade, is it? I think it's Marmalade. Well, the Crazy King does not care at all. Hello, child. You remind me of tasty orange things. Oh, it is an A, actually. Gotta spell things correctly for sure. Perfect. Friends, speaking of perfect, we've been streaming now for another hour or so. So we're going to take our 3-minute break right now, do a little crossword puzzle. You'll miss nothing other than the glory of a man trying to solve a crossword puzzle live on stream. When that's done, we'll be back to our game for sure. Also, we have a giveaway of a copy of this DLC in about 30 to 40 minutes or so. So, make sure you're here for that. I'm excited to give it away to somebody. It'll be good. Alright, today's a Tuesday crossword. We did finish yesterday's crossword live on stream. That should happen today also, I hope. A moderately challenging puzzle. First things first, BG's surname. I am too young for this. Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse role for Catherine Hahn familiarly. I am too young or too old for this. Is there like Spider-Girl? I have no idea. You betcha. I agree. Sure thing. Radio. Ultimatum to go to an indecisive cat at the doorway. If nothing else, I know cat things. In or out, you decide. A shindig playfully. So a shindig is like what, a dance party? It's some kind of gathering, a potluck maybe? Playfully though, I have no idea. Maybe it's a hootenanny. A designer of the black dress that Audrey Hepburn wore in Breakfast at Tiffany's. Unfortunately, I've never seen it. It's a Truman Capote book, right? Is that right? I think I might be right. It's also a song from the mid-90s that I love very much and I want to sing for you, but I will not currently. 90s pop star, often seen in leopard print. Is it Boy George? I think it might be Boy George. It's not Boy George. I have no idea then. A bird that sacrifices its wings to save the forest in a popular fable. I do not know that fable. A starchy pudding ingredient. So agar is often used to make puddings more firm, but I don't know if it's starchy per se. I'll leave it there and we'll see. Even more precious is probably dearer. That does not fit. Even more precious. Rarer, possibly? We'll see. I'm going to put the ER in. I feel good about that part. Power blank. Probably a power nap. The biggest one is called the hallux. The big toe. I knew it was something anatomical. Took me a moment. Big toe is called the hallux. 1978, Michael Crichton film set in a hospital. I thought Crichton wrote books primarily. I don't know if it's both a book and a film, but yeah, no clue. A funny girl protagonist Fanny. I'm far too young for today's puzzle, unfortunately. Open a file, say. So that could be like double click on an icon. It could also be like to begin writing down ideas about someone. Like this is going under permanent record, mister. Does double click fit? It does. I feel actually very good about that one. Possible effect of being around people on drugs. How about a contact high? See, I'm too old for some things, but right on for others. Spotted projectile for Yoshi in Super Smash Brothers. He can shoot eggs. I know that. What else does Yoshi shoot that's spotted? I don't think the Koopa shells are. I don't think the little mushroom men like Toad are. I actually don't know. Oh, Super Smash Bros. I've never played this. I was thinking immediately about, what's it called? About the Super Mario Bros. Games. I'll mention one story about Super Smash Bros., which is this. Many of my students know that I'm a gamer. Some of them know the kind of games I play regularly. Others just don't, unfortunately. And occasionally I'll have students come in on the very last day of class saying like, Professor Resorti, I want to play a game with you. And I'll say, sure, I like games. And they'll say, I want to play Super Smash Brothers. and I tell them I will just lose because I've played this game 4 times my entire life. And they say, no, you're a gamer. You play games all the time. And I say, look, if you want to play strategy games, we can play those. And inevitably, they talk me into playing the game. And I just lose. And they say, man, I thought you'd be better. I'm always like, wait, I told you this. I told this for sure. Let's do 3 more and then back to our CK3. More lucid could be saner, possibly. Outbreak could be like a pox, an illness, a sickness. I don't think outbreak is used for like breaking out of jail. Not sure. Drag accessory, so it's gonna be drag racing or drag clothing style. It's very common for people in drag to use boas, but I'm not sure about that one. Anthony Bourdain, parts unknown channel. I think it was on CNN, but I'm not sure. And that's enough right now. Except versifiers, or probably poets. We'll see. All right, no more. Not looking at it. Good stuff. Back to the game. Don't you worry. If I don't start talking about the DLC giveaway in about 30 minutes, please remind me. I'm totally cool with that. All right. Factions created against me and disbanded. So what is the current faction against good old Resorty? Do we have any secrets? That's a good question. We have no secrets. Secrets. I've got no secrets. Thank goodness. But I didn't look at that. You're absolutely right about that. So we did not murder our father, but someone did. Bum, bum, bum. Right, the factioning. They're all minor. Absolutely nothing. We're going to be fine. Next little bit will be endless funeral time. The Duke of Kent is my legend. So are we past 100 now? Okay, I now fully believe it's not possible to get past 100 unless you upgrade your legend. I need someone to tell the good news to all the people. Archbishop will do that for us. And we'll have him currently try to bring other people to spread the good news. My caravan master has died. Alright, we can have this person, Vernhard the Ansbacher von Pluva. Sure, he's a very good knight. Or we can have this wandering Catholic. We'll go ahead and take the knight. I trust him. He's excellent. I love that. Why do people spread our legend? I think there's some in-game bonus to spreading legends. That said, it is a strange thing, to hear the legend of Scotland and France say, sure, I'll tell people about that one. May as well. Oh, is my physician still fighting the disease? He's not. We have a new physician. We have to reassign him to fighting the plague. Hopefully. Having a funeral and people are dying all around us. The pox is spreading some more. So as the prior king died, the plague began to ravage our territory. Prince Alistair, our uncle, has died. Of drinking himself to death? Oh, he had the pox and was trying to get it over very well. Sorry, uncle brother. Wait, was he actually listed as uncle and brother-in-law? I think he may have been. Alright, so we want the best possible chancellor again. The Countess Sibre will work just fine. Again, domestic affairs. She's ill, but not with the pox at least. Oh, also, are we educating our brother? We're not. We should be doing that for sure. God. Gotta make sure he's a good boy and hopefully not insane like the king. Good old Marmalade. Best name ever. Matad has died also. We're running through all the characters very quickly. Duchess Ava Murray, our half-sister, like is fine. She'll take over on that instead of stewardship. I'm okay with that, yeah. God has someone who trusts us and we can trust too. Very good steward with 19 points. What does that push us up to? Still 14. Just need a little bit more stewardship to keep our domain together. Okay. I wonder how the Pope is still not my wife right now. Still with like a divorce. Still not possible. Negative 77. May have to go and make nice with the prison, with the Pope. I and the other mourners take a reprieve from our grief to enjoy the great bounty of food. The Earl Gilbride of Cumberland, usually the lifeblood of any feast, now sits across from me misty-eyed, with an untouched goblet at his side. How can we make ourselves fat and merry in times like these? Are we to satisfy hedonistic desires while King Arthur has none? Join me, empty your goblets in libation. The guests seem to agree. There's wisdom in Gilbride's oafish lamentation. I don't think the word libation is correctly used there. Let's check and see real quick. Hello to you, DLC picture. Empty in, like, mourning would be good? What does the word libation mean exactly? I thought, like, libations are just, like, drinks. Libation. Oh, it is. A drink poured out as an offering to a deity. Okay, I apologize. I did not know how that word was used. We've learned a good lesson. So, I can join the offering. Because I'm a drunkard that makes me sad. I can have everyone get drinks and become very, very critical stress. Or remember him in my own way. So that's the least stress. We'll take that. Now, we do have we have two ways to lower stress. Getting real drunk or petting my cat. Unfortunately, both of them are back at home right now. A guest arrives with a claim on the county of Montreux. Montreux? However you say that one. Hey, Cajun Killa, you fell asleep during stream last night, then we take Iceland. We've not yet taken Iceland, we took part of Ireland instead. So Iceland remains independent, because they're far away and strong. Hunched beside me, bereft of the pretense of propriety, the inconsolable Mo'Lua gazes out into nothingness. Not a tear falls from his eyes, not a word passes his mouth, until he turns to me. God can be cruel indeed. Why does the wind still blow? Why does the seekers push? The second coming is upon us. My acquaintance is dead. I nod politely, losing some stress in the process. But then, my niece, having a rough time. She wants to know what happened to King Arthur. Why are we all sad? I tell her the truth. He is in heaven. The child is comforted. We haven't got nearly enough lunatic events yet. Definitely needs more of those. Before me is a feasting table with all the food. Once again, the Earl of Cumberland wants nothing to do with it. I then say, to King Arthur Scotland, truly one of the greats. We can speak a quiet prayer, burning more stress. Or I can say that I am greater than him, maybe gaining legitimacy. We want legitimacy, but it's not a good challenge. So I will say a prayer, and now our stress is down to merely 38. So far, this funeral has been very good for us. Of all the figures venerated and villainous, none have been desired more than our departed King Arthur. With his crowd of weepers and gawkers finding other subjects to satisfy their fascination, I am left alone from a moment of solace between myself and my father. So, we could have a quiet prayer, we could have some grief, or I swear that I'll be a better king. Give us more legitimacy gain. I do want to get legitimacy 5, so I'm going to go for that. I promise that I will do my duty to God and my country. Important ability, too great number to name, passed by the body of King Arthur, granting him little more than a simple bow or nod, as though such a gesture was sufficient to show one's reverence for life. That was to be a were. My heart weighs as heavy in my pockets, so full of trinkets and memories of Arthur. I can't help but wonder why I should get to hoard objects would rightly belong to him. I can destroy the Stone of Scone. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. None of those items are desired by the dead. They're useful to me. But then, in a quiet corner of the church, I overhear Mayor Mo'Lua of Kirkcaldy, chatting with some mourners. He gestures me over. He wants to know what memories I have of my father. I could say, I knew him well, Horatio. I could say I got nothing, or say the memories are just too painful. Stress to 0. We're a faithful man. Then, The mayor falls to the ground in lamentation, hands coating his reddened eyes from view. The mayor's sorrowful gasp and chokes left his fellow mourners breathless. Many offer him comfort and reverence as if it were he who has died. So I could say, look at me, I'm the king, look at me, probably failing. Or I can mourn my own way, or I can comfort him. I'll mourn in my own way, becoming more pious before the bishops, archbishops, and assembled many. The shadows of the mourners are no longer loom over me. I'm left with myself and my thoughts. It feels good. Na. Knew that I would now. Luckily with our piety going up more and more, we have a higher chance of divorcing our wife. Now if she caught smallpox, I wouldn't mind that. The mourners move through the hall, weeping in a macabre dance, all for King Arthur. The unsettling sounds of people holding back what they so desperately wish to do. Silent screams never part their lips. Hard-fought battles against tears being fought. Ashamed of their own grief, I rise to my feet and allow myself to get lost in the dance of my mourners. I must remain strong. We're now a glorious man, distinguished among all. Also, we got some more taxes. It's very nice. We once again march past King Arthur. A last whisper, a last long goodbye. He's just dead there. I have a quiet bow. I can make a speech and promise to rule in his honor, or I can say he's great. I will say I will rule his honor. I made a fool of myself. Good. Good. Well done. Now the time comes to commit his body to final rites. He's surrounded by so many mourners to give him a proper Catholic burial. Maybe I'll be remembered well also. What a beautiful, beautiful ceremony. So many events. We upgrade our legend. I'll do that in a moment. We are done. The funeral completed. We gain a little more legitimacy. Now up to a very small amount through level 4. I think an achievement for getting top level 5, but... Achievement. Pay respects. Host a funeral for your legend protagonist. Another achievement done. How swell is that? Now it's time to upgrade our legend. It's going to cost 4.57 a month in comparison to the current 4.5. Same amount apparently. Its quality goes up. You gain access to expand the Kingdom Decision, allowing you to immediately de jure drift a duchy title to the realm. We gain more legitimacy. We get a claim on all the titles in Scotland. We can commission legendary artifacts, allowing you to commission a chronicle to commemorate the legend, gain legitimacy, and maybe, gain access to a legendary palace. Level 2. It now costs 7 a month, so it is 2 more expensive. To upgrade it again, we need to have 300 baronies and quite a bit of money. Well, delightful. Did we get the build a legendary palace? I don't think so. Because I believe that one was called Clear Land, and we don't have that currently. I think we have no duchies to de jure drift in, other than maybe Scotland, possibly. Not Scotland, sorry, Munster, possibly. So that drift is usually the job of the Chancellor, but no, Scotland's down there, can't be moved into the kingdom title right now. Back home again. The disease has left our capital. We're going to be safe, thank goodness. Now, speaking of capitals, I'm going to move my capital now to Edinburgh. Oh, you get the decision on completing the legend. Webneck, thank you. You have to finish it entirely. I understand. This is our new capital, Edinburgh, where we'll live, where we'll love, where we'll laugh, etc. Pretty good. It's not... Where is it? What's it called? It's the County of Lothian. Good to know. And it is making 433 money a month. It is the most fully developed of all of our holdings. This woman here, Mara Murray, another crazy genius. Imagine the kids we'd have. has been accused of being a witch. We can release her, gaining stewardship lifestyle. We could hire her on as our advisor. No. I'll release her. We've done a good job of showing that we care for our peasants as a father cares for his sons. A message from the Duchess of Moray. She wants to have a relationship with me. Absolutely not. No alliances right now. For the next little bit here, I'm just going to build, I think. So we'll go game speed 4. Part of me wants to take Connacht also. Part of me also wants to take Iceland. As of right now, we have a claim. Oh, I forgot. This fellow's mother was a daughter of England. So he has a claim on all of England. I was not planning to go all map painting in this playthrough. But. Huh. Alright. Earlier we had a relationship with France. We don't have many children to marry off right now. I believe we have one brother. This would give us an alliance with France. She would then become our queen someday. But together, we could potentially beat the dickens out of England. I can always break the betrothal before it goes through. That said, having a nice relationship between Scotland and France might allow their heir to have a claim on all of France as well. So sure, let's do it. Happy betrothal, everybody! And some stewardship. More money, more good. Alright, we're looking for a time now when England is relatively weak. Their king is in fine health. Well. Did I move my capital into an area that was plagued? Hey! Our prior capital was not plagued. Our new capital is plagued. With the first wave of fever and vomiting, I desperately hoped it was nothing worse than the sweating sickness. And I did get a little better, arose from bed, returned to my duties. For a week, all was well, until I noticed the first red spots in my mouth. Indeed, these dangerous lesions are a sure sign of smallpox. Very dangerous if left untreated. So what is the too late for caution attempt here? He begins to scrape off the poxes. I'm going to say a safe treatment. He consults the astronomical charts, bleeding me from my armpits and temples. Apparently it helps somehow. So we went from we are dying to instead only poor health. That said, we are dying. Alright, child. Show me the regency. Unfortunately, Duchess Ava is the regent presumptive. She likes us just a little bit. That says she'll definitely hate the child ruling. We could have our archbishop take over. If we promote him, it'll make other people big angry. Only the two above would be big angry. Alright, Vernhard here, one of our knights, is selfless. He's the one who would do the very best job at everything. That said, he is very low in the succession order. So I'm going to go the Archbishop. My apologies to the two above, who are now a little angry with me. But that'll be fine. He's selfless. As he rules, we want to maintain authority to try to stop factioning against the ruler. At this point, I need to make absolutely sure we do not spend any money from this point forward. Yeah, that is the truth. Need a new shining star. Our two accolades are still functional. Both of them still stuck at level 1. People just keep dying. And I think that's it. We'll see if we actually die. I'm ready for it, though. Ready. So our half-brother may take over. You don't like the skull there? I don't like it either. It's actually not as bad as the game is saying. We do not have the black actively dying, so fingers crossed. The plague has left the realm. Masses of survivors are moving to the Earldom of Gowrie. I really should go for disease recovery and help the county grow, but that is the majority of our cash. I said spend no money, so if we lose 20 legitimacy points, we are still clearly at our correct legitimacy level. So I'm sorry, I can't help you at all. Not this day. There is a faction against us that wants our cousin on the throne. Well, this does not matter, friends. Does not matter at all. The happiest of outcomes has occurred. The scars may remain on my skin and on my mind. The affliction has left my body. I will not die of the plague. There's still time. Glory to Jesus. And more likely, the special demon in my mind. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. We did not gain permanent scars, on the face at least. A Mr. Sticks, thank you for a generous resubscription. A whole year of subscribing. Thank you very much. And thank you for the kind words also. I'm glad you're enjoying hanging out with us. I'm very glad you're here, Mr. Sticks. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello to you, Seaman. How's crusading going? We are King of Scotland. It's going pretty well, actually. Having a good time for sure. My caravan master has died of the pox. Unfortunately. He was also our court. Yeah. He was also my bishop. So our bishop is only 10 now. So we lost our physician. We also lost our chronicler. Also lost our archbishop. The plague continues. Oh, goodness. About 12 Eskimos. Thank you for the resub also. 10 months. That's a lot of months. I appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good day, my friend. Okay, first things first, the chronicler position is essential. This guy's average. He'll yell around, tell about our stories. We have 108 baronies now convinced of the great deed for Dunkeld. I need 600 of them. So I'm going to send him out to help other people get on board with the promotion here. I actually don't know what draws people into promotion. Maybe a relationship between our family and the characters. That prior guy was our regent also. That said, I'm less concerned about the regency issue with a king who's probably not going to die. So I'm okay leaving her there. Also, right, physician. No one good. Because we're not going to die, I'm going to go ahead and spend my money on finding a new physician. Excuse me. All right, bring me a physician. I wish you the best of luck. But then, Tag Fraser, a nobleman, greets me at court this morning, eager with news on the tip of his tongue. My king, I believe your cousin Earl Brian is almost convinced of the veracity of the great deed for Dunkeld. He's aware of the tale, seems enraptured. He's unconvinced though. We try to persuade him. We can lie. We'll let him think what he wants. Let's persuade him. It's good for you to believe that I have been good. Do you see? Good. He's unconvinced. He's not clever enough to understand my arguments. A shame. Oh, right, you can ask people to spread your legend. Totally forgot that. Thank you, Webneck, for remembering that. Yeah, we can go to the king here and say, hey, boss, you want to spread my legend? That said, this is a new king of England. England is stronger than they were under the prior king. They only had about 5,000 strength on the prior king. Why would that be? Why would that be? His wife was an 8. Should be about the same, actually. Oh, he has no wife, even. Huh. Yeah, actually not sure why he has such a large army right now. Also, he's hideous. Look at the little smile there. Pardon me while I do the thing I always do when I find hideous people. Look at him. Look at him there. He's got a cute little smile. I like that the ugly people's faces are always at least slightly upturned. They're having a good time, despite the troubles they've got in life. There you go, there you go. Best part of the game for sure. A coy smile, that's right. Alright friends, it is time for me to give away a DLC. I promised it was happen, and now it's going to happen. We're giving away a copy of this game right here, which I accidentally bought a second copy of, or was given a second copy of actually. So, let me pull up the giveaway thing one moment. And this is a case where if you just put any word in chat, yeah, put any word in chat, type anything, and you should show up as being able to draw. Yes, people are showing up. Let it run for 30 seconds, a minute, let's say 2 minutes. Let it run for, no, it's too much, a minute and a half from right now. Thank you for the good typing, I appreciate that. Many of you are typing just any word or word. That's good, thank you, thank you. Like I said earlier, I prefer if you take this DLC only if you already own CK3, or if you promise to play it, right? I don't want it to be a case where people are taking the DLC just to win, but can't play it themselves. So, I trust you all for sure will figure that one out. Who's the heir of England anyway? Aww. Some random Duke's son. Very well. Reroll it if you win. Okay, CK3. If you win, we'll make sure that someone else wins instead. I'm looking at the court physician. Once we hire someone, we'll then draw the winner for the DLC giveaway. Notori Ben Shlomo, Sephardic Jew, is a really, really good doctor. We love that. Or there's a woman named Visklararva. She's crazy like my king. Also potentially a doctor. Or Liandu. She's not a doctor at all. So the good choice here is this fine wandering Jewish fellow. The bad choice here is the crazy person. Our king is crazy too. Welcome, welcome to you, my friend. I wish you the best of luck. Alright, it is time for the giveaway. You all have very nicely selected to enter the giveaway. There are 40 of you in the drawing. You can figure out the chances of you winning this time. We give it 3, 2, 1. The winner is That One Guy Sky. That One Guy Sky, if you'd kindly send me a message over on Discord, if you're a Discord person, or send me an email at resorty@gmail.com, and I will get you that DLC key after stream is done. Those are the best ways to do it. You can also send me a message, I guess, through like the private message thing on Twitch. If you want to do that, that's cool also. So whichever way you want to, congrats, thanks for watching the stream, thanks for hanging out, and yeah. Send me an email? Awesome, thank you. Now, no one else should send an email saying that they're that guy Sky. If you do that, I'll be very sad. But welcome, my friend, and thank you for hanging out. Okay. With that done, we're thinking of attacking England, but they're quite strong. We'll see how that is in a little while. Because England has a new king, the child, his vassals might rise up against him. We'll see how that goes. His biggest vassal likes the king all right. The one below that does not. We'll see how it goes. If there's an English civil war, I may insert myself to attack their capital at least. We'll see, we'll see. We do have the French alliance still. Okay, necessary embellishment. If I could bother you a moment, my lord, starts Freyr, a tad wheedling for my liking. It'd be a huge boon to us if we could commit some more detail to the great deed for Dunkeld. The grander the better. He looks at me expectantly. A few seeds of conspiracy begin to spout my mind. Going over the existing tale in more flamboyant detail surely wouldn't hurt, but substituting that part of the tale for another entirely has its own merits too. So I can give it a once-over and add a lot of adjectives and adverbs. If we do that, we might get a slight discount, more likely we'll gain prestige. I can say it's misquoted. If we fail at this, the legend's more expensive, or let the story grow naturally. If we do that, it spreads more easily. Let the story grow naturally. But then, there's Paulicans in Burgundy. Paulicanism. Rejecting the divinity of Christ and viewing the veneration of the cross as heathenish, the Paulicians aim to restore what they believed as a true form of Christianity, that laid out by Paul of Tarsus, which of course includes basic communism. See the Book of Acts. We love it. Alright, I will not be joining that faith, though it seems appropriate that our crazy king would do crazy things. we're not leaving Catholicism because I need the papal credit card. But then, the Lord Mayor Doombringer, our cat, is causing troubles. Duchess Ava, who doesn't like us very much, is unhappy that the cat scratched up her things. Unfortunately, I don't have the money to compensate her, so I'll say, this is just what cats do, don't you worry. And then we'll work on swaying her. We also got the pop-up that someone is currently trying to cause problems for us. Duchess Ava is not amazing at intrigue, but it's possible she's trying to kill us. We'll see. The King of France is engaged in a French de jure war for the Duchy of Normandy, so he decided he wanted to attack England before I got to it. Very well, I'll be right there. So my goal is to harry and annoy the northern provinces. Oh, I see. So France is another ally, namely the Duchess of Burgundy, sorry, Duchess of Barcelona, rather. They definitely have enough to defeat the English. So the war target is Normandy, so France is going to begin attacking that immediately. And like I said, we'll march in from the north just to get some war score and help out. So we want to move our flag of summoning, that's what it's called for sure, to Dunbar, and then raise everybody for now. The Duchess of Moray, our half-sister doesn't like us very much, has come to visit. We'll let her in. She pledges to be a loyal Duchess. Hopefully she's not lying. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Here we go again! What? So the Pope has decided it's time for another crusade, and I'm cool with that. I thought there was such a preference for attacking Jerusalem if it's held by non-Christians. That said, the Pope has decided he wants to go to Serbia of all places. There's not a Christian holy site in Serbia. What are you doing, man? So Castile is held by Catholics. England is held also. So too is the one in Germany. Yeah, definitely Muslims in the Holy Land. So we're going to Serbia. It's held currently by a Bogomolist, which is a version of Christianity. They elect their spiritual leaders from amongst the general populace, rejecting all worldly trappings and institutions of power, advocating instead for return to the earlier methods of spiritual teaching practiced by Christ and his disciples. We tell some stories, we have a little chit-chat, all fine. Welp, I'll be there very soon. Do I have anyone I can make the beneficiary? I do. A variety of possible cousins can look after it. Now, Mure, you will look after the part of Serbia you might get eventually. That's right, not the right kind of Christian. They're mere pretenders to Christianity. And we'll begin marching through Northumberland now. Again, harrying the border is my goal here. Oh gosh, we have no money. Oh, I didn't realize our economy could not support our army even a little bit. Well, well, well. It's this again. I need to give some war score, so I will finish one siege here. That will maybe give me enough money to launch one more siege. But no, we can't bankrupt ourselves to help France take this over. Especially when we don't have sufficient enough army to actually successfully take it over. Now, the English just moved to the north here. They might be coming to stop me. But they can't. Okay. We found a little bit of money. 19. We also captured King William's cousin. Who... Are you actually the heir? Yes. I also seized a book about Troy. Increases legend spread chance by 10% and more renown and court grandeur. So this item right here, is based on the lie that the English came from the Trojans. It's about to break. I can't afford to fix it, but it's a very amazing item that we're putting on display immediately. Behold the lies of the English. Ha ha ha. How much to repair it? 625 money. 625 money. All right. Welp. As much as I want to help the French win their war, I need money much more right now. So how much is Richard Weiss Hexam worth? Only 25. Brutal. Well, we contributed anyway. We're now going home. So 625 is just not going to happen. We'll get up to +7 or so, but at this point in the game, it's just frankly impossible. So we'll help our legend spread for just a moment. Greasing mouths. A vassal often clamors to gain the attention of their liege, but for once that particular table has been turned. Male Ainfraid would be a boon to advocate for my great deed. I must make every effort to get him on side. He's a minor baron. That said, I can give him a stag antler. He'd appreciate that. Or a favor. Or some money in his hometown. Or I just say please. I'm going to say please. Fitty. He accepts. So we have a weak hook now in hand, which is okay. Oh, I could give the Pope that book. You're absolutely right. That would make him love me enough for the papal credit card, wouldn't it? No, I can't. Or maybe I can't because it's being used right now. But yes, making the Pope love me is definitely what this whole playthrough is all about. There it is. He will accept it. We get so much stress, and he gains 1 opinion. he gets the most amazing item I've ever seen. He gains 1 opinion. He knows that's garbage. That's what it comes to. Nah, we'll just enjoy it for the next year and a half or so. I'm not giving things away for that little benefit. Alright. At least we're positive on cash again. Hooray. So obviously we need to save up for more economy buildings. Development would be useful also. Our control is kind of low in a few places, including we got ourselves. Hello, young Jerry Photo. How's it going? You were scrolling through the soccer score app, and you laughed heartily at me waking up at 4 a.m. for a 0-0 draw. That was my morning. Yes, indeed. Up at 4 a.m. to watch Wrexham not score and the opposition not score. That said, it was a fairly fun match, because it wasn't one of those 0-0 draws where no one get anything done. Wrexham's offense, at least the development of possible scores, went really well. So there were a bunch of good crosses, a bunch of nice setup of play. We just couldn't finish. So it was an exciting match, despite the lack of scoring. IMO. That's my story, I guess. Singers occupy the wooden dais. They're singing a song about how great my family is. Am I actually that great? I can say I'm not sure, or insist that I am. I insist that I truly am a great person. The Duke of Brittany has joined in on my legend also. Let's go ahead and see how our legend is currently being passed along. So nothing in France except for the northern Brittany area. The Welsh area and Ireland are not covered at all either. This child hates me more than life itself. What's wrong with you? Being over domain limit causes some problems. I just don't want to give things away, though. This is definitely the greedy moment. Whichever way. The water rises from the depths of the spring. Small bubbles break upon the surface. I look down into the blue and see my own reflection. A shadow of doubt behind my eyes. I try to push back. King Dugald? I turn around to see King William of England standing right next to me. What is he doing here? I believe we're on opposites of a war right now. This makes no sense. I've traveled many days and nights to hear your legend. Alright, so I can tell the King of England my story. He will then start spreading it. Or I could bring along Thane Mary of Scone, or my own people, or be a hero for myself. If we do this, we get more stress loss and prestige. No, no, no. The King of England begins spreading my deeds, despite the fact our nations are at war. Arsenal won the Champion League. Hey, Jerry Fodor, congratulations. When I was young, I was really into Arsenal also. Actually, my very first soccer kit ever was an Arsenal one. I decided that next year I'm going to buy both the home and away kit for Wrexham, so I can wear which one is appropriate for the week. If it's a home week, I'll wear the red, an away week, the white or black instead. It's going to be great. Whichever way, it's time to go fight in Serbia. Now, I told the Pope that I would come, but I have no money. So, I could bring a very, very, very small force. Namely, like, 3 knights and the king. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. It's been a long day. I stretch my legs out in front of me as I relax at the writing table, my weary bones being rested for the first time today. Across the room, my kitty cat starts falling. And my harefoot is attacked. No. My hare's foot falls to the floor. We're very dismayed by that. Okay. If I raise just the men-at-arms, that's so expensive. Can't afford that. If I raise just the local army, that raises all the men-at-arms also. Local army is everyone who's nearby to it. With only one flag, everyone's nearby. So, raise everybody. That's enough. That's enough. Alright. The king himself joins the mighty, mighty army of Scotland. The army of Scotland must go to Serbia. Hello, Serbia. Alright. We do not want to land immediately. We just want to work our way around. We'll then join a giant stack. We'll contribute to the war a little bit and make the Pope happy with my token contribution. But wait! It's time to tell the other Crusaders about my greatness. I pause, right, pause, right, pause, right. I think about my cat and their paws, right? The words for my missive must be chosen carefully. Any loose phrases for the message to my cousin will not be looked kindly upon, but his support of the great deed of Dunkel will be a boon indeed if I get it right. It's my cousin who's a count. How can I impress him? This message matters for him also. He's part of the same family. He's honest and vengeful and lazy. So I could say he's a driven person. That's false. I could say it's a tale of revenge. Because he's vengeful, it seems appropriate. Maybe truthful. He's honest. Or phrased to flatter him. So, honesty and vengeance both seem appropriate. I'm going to say let's be truthful. He starts spreading the good news as well. The King of England has stopped promoting my legend. Dude, you just asked to join it. I can ask him again. He has no chance of doing so, because he's at war right now. I have no idea how he decided to join previously. How many berries are we up to? 132! Very, very slow going. Hello, civilian. Someone's probably already mentioned it. I see the teaser image Tynan posted about RimWorld DLC. Yes, we discussed it at some length on yesterday's stream. I'm excited by the possibility of having runes and archaeology in the game. I'm less excited by the prospect of Cthulhu and such. Yeah, so we definitely don't have a good person to spill my story across the empire here, so I'll choose my Archbishop for now. He's not very good, but we'll extol the domestic legend locally, convincing all the Scots that we deserve to be well regarded. And then when that's done, we'll get a better chronicler, hopefully. More stewardship, more good. Of these elements, cheaper buildings is best. My half-brother Marmalade is an unusually calm child. When others play their wild games, Marmalade withdraws to silent corner. He does not speak a lot, but I can tell he's always thinking about something. Alright, so he is pensive, which means he gets to be a steward, we've decided. I finished a control also. Spoken like a rational person, no one's thrilled to meet Cthulhu. Yeah, like I said on stream yesterday, I just really enjoy RimWorld as being more of a realistic space adventure, when it's instead a game that's based on like weird magic and so on. It's just not for me as much. And not to complain about the game, I do enjoy it a whole bunch. I'll definitely play it when it comes out, but it's just not as much fun for me. We've definitely lost a number of our members of the community here because of the recent plague. We got to find a way to build up our court some more, because everyone's just terrible. Probably next war, where we capture people, we're just going to force them into our service. We could also try to get some more marriages. So who is unmarried in my court? Hello? An unlanded person in the court of Angus. They need to be inside of my court personally. My insane physician. I'd like to find you a partner. We can't find her a spouse, though. Why is that? Because she's not in my court either. One second. One second. This is my physician. I clicked the wrong person, actually. Here she is. Alright. This guy who's a giant definitely wins. I don't care what else he's good at, but crazy giants sound amazing. What part of the family they're part of, I do not care. Alright. Then my prince, no. My archbishop's unmarried. He's not allowed to get married, correct? Good. And then the prior queen is also unmarried. We want her to have a lovely life after the father's death. So. I don't know. Someone who's not too old. Fabrice de Roche-Amon. You're probably not good at anything. Let's see if we can find a good knight by doing prowess as top. Atenulfo de Covacina. Nobody special, a rational gentleman. A gentleman seems right for my mother-in-law, my stepmother, that's the word, stepmother. This man has a 28 in personal combat. Holy cow. Yep, you win. Alright, we may have the greatest knight in the entire world now. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, I married my court physician off patrilineally, so they went to his court instead. That was definitely an error. I should have remembered that we need matrilineal woman. Alright, my army has arrived. It's possible that the Pope's going to win this thing without my help. So I'm just going to join the sieging stack with my 170 levies. Now, what exactly is the Kingdom of Serbia? So we are standing just outside of it, so we do not get any war score. We're going to move to here instead. Not war score. We don't get our Crusader perk. Drive here. We do not get our Crusader perk. At some point it'll fire. We're just going to bounce around here safely. Duke of East Anglia is telling my story also. It's a little striking to me that the Pope has chosen a reasonable war target this time. Like, it's just the King of Serbia against the entirety of Catholicism. So he has 1,300 people left. We have 27,000. This is a much safer crusade than the ones that the Pope often launches. So we don't mind that at all. Okay, I need to be careful we don't get stepped on here. I'm going to join... I'm not going to do that stack because it's passing through a similar area. We'll drop back for now. Okay, now that they're moving there, I can join in. There we go. Soldier of the Cross. Our armies stand poised to take part in the crusade for Serbia. May St. George lead us. We're a crazy, crazy crusader. St. George has granted King Palua victory in the crusade for Serbia. He defeated Mir Count Lazar and his heathen warriors. So there is a new king of Serbia. The moment I saw your name follow, I thought I need to ban you. Indeed I do. See ya. Alright. So, Glorious day for the followers of the cross. Excellent. 4,000 money was split based on war score. We got none of it. Very good, very good, very good. Let's go home now. So because we're still in the war for Normandy, for France, we are unable to disband until we get back home again. Good. Check the size of our legend. 137. Did that go down? That may have gone down. Also, another plague is coming out. A plague which is just next to us. I said it earlier, I need to save money to build a hospice. That is still true. Yeah, hospice is 135. So we're going to hold off until we have that 135. Which is coming in very, very slowly. The Bori Magjas, that's down in Africa, have set this person as their Ina. Ina Rashida. Love it. And we finished with control again, so I believe it's the case that all of our personal holdings are at top control, so top money. We can check on the Marshalsea others. There are a few here that are not full control, but they're not ones we hold personally. So I'm going to have my Marshal instead improve the quality of my knights. Seems good. The phrase yet another plague. There are a lot of plagues now. It is the year 1132 and all is not well, unfortunately. Someone's trying to kill Joxa. Who is Joxa? I don't know. New ducal building gives plague resistance and legend spread chance. I know I can build a ducal building that is a graveyard. The graveyard makes it likely to spread your legend also. Because we're venerating our ancestors. I see. I thought the burial site only gave plague resistance. Or does it not actually? I don't see plague resistance here at all. It doesn't really keep the miasma away. Oh, there it is. Down here. All the holding the duchy get plague resistance. I will be building that someday. I can't imagine saving up 400 money right now. So we'll just do the hospice for now. And then go for that eventually. Alright, how's the king, the Pope feeling about my wife now? Negative 51 still. Yeah, unfortunately we're never going to be able to divorce her because she's a virtuous person. Home safely. France is still winning the war here. I think France did not actually go to the Crusade. How much war score do we get for sieging this one thing down? 12.5 actually. So I could potentially get a bunch more war score by taking more of the north. Or going straight to London and getting that big money there. 41 cash for taking it. The Tower of London is not built yet. So it's not... Yeah, it's not all that well defended. But I'm saving money until we get the hospital building up. That's what we must do. We're also short one knight. Hello. I didn't realize that one of our knights is a giant. Unfortunately, he's unable to be either of my current titles. So what can I make him instead? He cannot be a knight, a claim knight, unfortunately. And I can't afford more of these. So, we can go looking for people who want to be acclaimed knights. For that, though, we need to have at least one inactive accolade and no knight's going to point into it. I hate this part so much. This is the part of the game I find very, very annoying. I know why it's this way, but we don't have anyone who can become these titles. To be a reinstall if so. But there's some person in my realm, if I turn them into a knight, would be able to hold that position. I don't know who they are. I've got no idea. So, for right now, we'll just hold out and see. Oh, the knight's also an earl. Thanks for catching that. Yeah, he couldn't be a knight because he has a title of his own. That's exactly it. I'll promote my legend. He might. The plague is over again. rebuild afterwards. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Of all the people in the entire world, who likes me the most? While also having land. Let's see here. Restore to defaults. Is a... Where is it? Ruler, yes. And then everyone in the world, opinion of me. Okay, I'll do that in just a moment. Hey, how's it going, Ikov Lycos? Thanks for that Prime subscription. It's good seeing you again. Thank you for your kindness. I hope you're doing very, very well today. Also, friends, it is the case we've been live for an hour or so. We're going to take 3 minutes of break now. Back to the crossword puzzle once more. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for watching the ads. Thanks for subscribing. Whatever you do to engage with the channel, thank you, thank you, thank you. Stare rudely at. So it could be leer at, could be oogle at. Of those two, leer is better because AR is more likely than AE. A thickening agent in some ice cream. Is that agar? I said that earlier. I'm not sure what goes into ice cream. I want to be reminded of a DLC about now. Abu Turnip, we already gave it away. Already gave it away about half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago. But thank you for reminding me. I do not have another DLC to give away, unfortunately. A shame. A lake whose name means big water in the Hichiti Miccosukee language. So, part of me thinks that... No, it's not. I was going to say this language looks vaguely Japanese. There's the loose T there, the ch seems unlikely to be Japanese. So it might be Native American, I have no idea though. No idea. Hackneyed, overused often. Trite, not sure. Gender-neutral neologism for certain ethnic identity. Oh, I have no idea. I know some of the gender-neutral neologisms, but I don't know any that involve ethnic identity, I think. Well, we'll learn something new here today for sure. A Los Angeles rapper who acted in Ace Ventura: Pet Detective. I don't recall. Well, obviously that's true. Duh. I have no idea what it is, actually. Probably not duh, though. Zero is nil, nada, zip. Nothing? Pass it on, sure. Sweethearts in slang. Is bay still in the active youth dialect? No idea. I did cheat earlier, which is... I know that 32 down is scat, which is what Dizzy Gillespie does on the title track of Oop Pop Ah Da, etc. And so I know that the thickener for ice cream is actually agar instead. So we know that that agar is wrong there. With that done... Park Place. A lot. Park Place. Inside of a city center. Park is a gear inside of a car. It's on the central gear shift. No idea. No idea. SCP, thank you for the resubscription. Suddenly you had ads, you were very confused. Isn't it nice? There's a clear way to let you know you need to resubscribe. Thank you, friend, for resubscribing. Blue Moon sees people were using babe, you don't know what it means. So as I understand it, it's a initially mistype or truncation of the word babe. It's been bacronymized, which is the acronym created after the fact, to before anyone else. This is not the origin, it's instead a backronym. Okay. Networkers ask, an introduction, a connection. An HTTPS connection. A cake baking occasion for short. I'm going to say it's one's birthday, but it could be lots of other occasions also. Certain three-fingered saluters. I mentioned this earlier today. It's the Boy Scouts. Absolutely. Tether or ether. Tether or ether, for example. So... both of these are ways to connect devices, right? You tether your iPhone, something. Ethernet cables plug into computers. With this, I have no idea. It's way too many letters. Let's go and do the last 5 across the top here, and then we'll get back to our game. Inactive. Not in use. Idle. Not sure. Hey, Anthro64, thanks for the radio host. How's it going, Anthro? Hello, old guy. Hello to Melissa. Welcome. I swear we're getting back to CK2. That's not true. CK3 in just a moment. I'm doing 4 more downs, then back to it. Anthro, you're playing a little game called CK3. How's that game going? Are you enjoying yourself? Thank you for the radio host. Anthro's a longtime friend of the channel, someone you might consider following if you like games like CK3, which apparently you do. What one might run for, you can run for the hills, you can run for elected office, you can run for your life, not sure. Smithsonite for 1. I assume it's a kind of ore, I don't know though. Knock on the noodle could be to bonk someone, possibly. And the last one for now, Dennis, who ran for the Democratic presidential nomination in 2004 and 2008. That is Dennis Kucinich, which I think is spelled like this, but that might be wrong. Back to it later. All right, very good, very good. Back to our CK all the way. Your CK is going well. Your bloodline remains strong. We're trying to develop our first ever legend on our family. Enjoying that part of the DLC. Also, I need to get rid of the command giveaway, because we already did the giveaway today. Let me get rid of that one. Maybe another giveaway tomorrow. You know, one never knows. All right, we're currently looking for people who are interested in spreading the news of how great my family is. People who like me are most likely to do so. I like myself, that's not helpful. Duchess Ava, I believe, is already spreading the good news. She is. The King of England was previously. That said, he will not do so now. I could send him some money, possibly, but Also, our first dynastic legacy while we have been on the leadership of the dynasty. We continue unlocking the absolutely beautiful tapestry at top, the heroic bloodline. So, from heroes of old to mythical ancestors to golden legend, we now have living legends. Legend is 25 cheaper to create, and once we complete a mythical heroic legend, more legitimacy gain. So, we're currently doing a legitimizing, I believe. Is that true? Current legend is legitimizing indeed. So that's not the living legend I need. It's already... might be the great deed here. That's what it is, I think. So the last one is down in history. We have more taxes and the clergy likes me and may build the legendary watchtower. So all on the watchtower, etc. It is unlocked. Oh, we actually already got living legend. I don't think I've done a mythical heroic legend. I don't know why I got that. Anyway, cool. People in our family are living legends, and gosh, we love it. Still saving money at 135. I can build the building I want to. We're gonna hold off for that. If we're stuck with our wife, we should probably try to make a kid with her. So she's chaste, that makes it difficult. But let's try to at least become friends. She'll actually take a seduction chance at 90%. Again, despite her being chaste. If we romance her, it's guaranteed. She wants to be our soulmate. We want that too, sweetie pie. Sweetie pie? Bye bye bye. Sweetie pie. Hopefully she's willing to produce a son soon. The time has come to let my feelings towards Sophie be known. I want to remember for the rest of our lives. We can sing a love ballad. We can write a love poem. We can win a sparring match. So we're pretty bad at fighting for sure. A love poem seems about right. They say you're a princess, but you've gained my interests. What I want from you, hun, is to give me a son. Beautiful poetry. We love it. She can't encourage me, but she appreciates my effort anyway. Curses! I'll never be defeated. Let's make our buildings a little cheaper, or faster to get done, because we are building buildings in this king's lifetime. With that in mind, I should probably also... We have physician for sure. We have no physician possibilities. We should also get a royal architect to help us maintain the speed of building. Living Legend is the 4th dynastic perk in heroic bloodline. So I know I took that. Maybe I misunderstood how it works. Family, legacies. It says you gain this on completion of a mythical heroic legend. That's why I'm confused, old guy. I have not completed a mythical heroic legend. So I shouldn't have this yet, I think. I don't know. I don't know. I'm okay saying I'm confused. But someone's waiting to talk with me. Who dat? Philip wants to make a deal. He wants to give me 70 money for the Lord Mayor Doombringer. How dare you? How dare you? The king loves his cat more than he loves anything else. Yeah, we do have the trait now. Oh, we don't actually. It's not actually opened. It's not actually available. It looked like it was, but no. Fine and good. The new Duchess of Man, who's pregnant and wounded, has come here to pledge her submission. We appreciate it. She did not speak the language correctly. She tried her best, though. And a faction's opening against me. They are all pretty weak for now. Hope that continues. We already have a King Arthur at home. It's actually true. Our father's name was King Arthur. Not that one. Not that one. But hopefully it's good enough. Hey, the papal credit card's ready to go again. Nice. Nice. Okay. This actually changes things quite a bit. At 543, I'm quite close to being able to afford repairing this amazing book. How much durability do you have left? 2.9. It's not currently decaying. This is so many buildings. This is so many buildings. 625 money. The book is so good, though. And if I lose, I'll be absolutely heartbroken. So, yes. I'm going to hold out for repairing that book. And I don't feel great about that. The Lord Mayor Doombringer comes and spends some time at my council. He goes meow meow meow, marching about as the Lord Mayor does. He can stay, of course. But then, my beloved wife is interested in getting an amazing orchid. A very careful, very difficult to cultivate flower. I can try to buy one for 70 money. I can go brave the ruins, maybe find it, or maybe I'll see it. We're already guaranteed to seduce her. Sorry, romance her rather. And so I'll say, someday I'll see it. We actually have no antiquarian right now. Does antiquarian determine the cost of repairs? It reduces the decay, that's all. Also, there's no one in the entire court who could be an antiquarian. Everyone died a while back, and ever since then we've been gradually filling positions, but the plague did a real number on our court. Hey! The King of France is actually winning this war. My goodness. He, should be losing. Oh, wow. England is so weak right now. I was planning to use that money to repair the book. I think instead, we should use that money for a different purpose. And that purpose is, I want the Kingdom of England. It's time to become His Britannic Majesty. Hello, King of England. We're already at war with you. Right, I can't be part of 2 wars simultaneously. So I need this one to resolve ASAPly. Culture clash! Most of the commoners living in the earldom of Athol are of Gaelic descent, proud of their traditions. It does not sit well with them that they serve a foreigner like me. Duke Ruideri shares their culture and history. Teach them about the Scots! They accept Scots customs. Nice. How Scottish are we up here now? We're increasingly Scottish. Things are getting better bit by bit. Alright, another night, another round of alcohol. How long have I been drinking now? Days, weeks, does it matter? In the swirling foam of my half-full tankard, I see the strangest, most peculiar thing. The worried faces of my long-gone relatives, Agatha and Murin, look up at me. The drunken haze is pierced by my long-forgotten childhood memories of finding them dead from overindulgence in the drink, of their bloated, still intoxicated dead bodies. What will I do? I could try to go cold turkey. For 5 years we gain more stress. We also get critical stress right now. Or cheers, we keep drinking, having a nice time for 5 years. We gotta stop drinking. We gotta stop drinking, definitely. We pet the cat. Alright. We go for a drink. We lost straight drunkard. I petting the cat while thinking about stopping drinking. Everything worked out just fine. Whew. That's a little cheesy you can do that, but I'll definitely accept. So it is the case that Normandy is getting taking war score in favor of themselves. We're not going to join the war quite yet. Faction disbanded. Awesome. Our legend is still at 162. It's kind of just stopped. The war's over. Hello. Hello, King of England. Behold. Behold! So we're currently attacking a Catholic king. The Pope's not going to like that. But too late. He already gave me all of his money. No refunds allowed. Okay. Who else is he fighting right now? Alright, so he's fighting against the Welsh in the south who want to retake Wales. Fine, fine, fine. We should probably rush their capital. I think it's more fun, though, to slowly march all the way down there. And I'm not even going to call France to help me. I'm going to do this myself. So we have a general with 3 perks. 2 which are advantages to hills, which is great. Unfortunately, all the hills were in the north, so this is not the greatest of all possible leaders, but he will work for now. Alright. My beloved sister Cecilia is a very good-looking woman. The way she smiles and glances down never fails to make my heart flutter. What is wrong with you? What? She's only a half-sister. She's only a half-sistered. Alright. Are these normal feelings to have? Or she's my sister, mister? Oh, I mean, there is an achievement. Create an incest inbred child. I have never ever done it. Let's say that just because our king is an insane person, something strange is happening here. But wait, my soulmate. The rain is pouring down outside. My implacable Queen Sophie sighs as she looks out the blurred window. How wretched Cornelie can be. So she's talking about where she lives, not where we live. This is a letter she wrote apparently. Is my dearest a cat person or dog person? We send her a cat. She loves the cat. That's good. We all love the cat for sure. She's unlanded now. So she lost her county title. Do you want to come home? Our wife returns home. I don't know how she lost her county, but I love it. She can finally come help us with stewardship. Thank goodness. Perfect circle? No, that's the nonsense, very hard achievement. I think it's a relatively easy one that I've never done. Isn't there? Oh, maybe I have done it. I thought it was like a very easy achievement of the form. Just have a child with the inbred trait, maybe. Maybe not. Maybe not. I won't spend too long looking, don't worry. If it's not medium. Here we go. Keeping in the family. Have a child with an inbred trait. May not be available for characters created in the ruler designer. Why is it not available? It's medium difficulty. We definitely didn't make a fake character. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Have a child with the inbred trait. There we go. So, maybe this will happen. Doing it only for the achievement. Thank goodness. But then, do you remember? My Archbishop Walter's voice snaps me out of my thoughts, and I find him waving his hand, the quill spilling ink on the floor. What about that time that King Dugald of Scotland pressed his claim on the King of England, held by King William? That's surely worth adding to the legend. You understand this is happening right now. We're only 30 years old. Our memory is still good, thank you. Alright, what a great occasion that was. Everyone remembers my great deed. Hooray! Our wife is on the way home. She's a very good steward character. She's also ill, unfortunately. But on assist ruler, we're now 7 of 7. Awesome. So patronage, I say 7 of 6. If I go domain, we're 7 of 7 also. So assist for now. We can keep all of our holdings legitimately, finally. Hooray. I think England is panicking trying to win this war, so they're probably not going to come north to me. An invitation to a feast at the Isle of Man. I think feasts lower stress nicely. I don't know if they can give legitimacy also. She is not super stabby. She's a compassionate person. She wouldn't dare to try to kill the king. Let's go. There's no danger on the way at all, so I'm not going to hire... Wait, yes there is. There's quite a bit of danger. We have one terrible... Why do I have no people around? Why is there no one to do any jobs? I'll be my own caravan master and just hire some guards to keep us safe, and some hill warriors too. That makes it perfectly safe. Here we go. On the road again. I look forward to having some spiced wine. But then we meet ourselves a wandering mystic. I can invite him to join me. He's recruited. He's with us. I wonder if there's a job that he can do. He's also sickly. Gotta stop being sickly, please. Gotta stop that. Oh, don't fall off the wagon. Good point. We are going to a feast. We might become a drunk once again. That'd be terrible. Alright. Can this guy... Our wife can be our physician. Awesome. This guy can be our antiquarian. Awesome. He can be... Nothing else. Get an almoner. We're finally building up our money enough that I feel comfortable having almost all the jobs filled. Alright, let's see how it goes. While continuing on the road, Magnus, my antiquarian / caravan master, the guy that joined us recently, is not feeling good. We'll let him rest. Hopefully we're not late to our event. We froze our current scheme to seduce our wife. So we're on the road. Don't worry, honey, be back soon. We're running behind schedule. About 9 days. Let's hurry, team. Try to make it. I've been waiting for my antiquarian to feel better. We may be late to the feast now. They won't wait for me. My lord, please, a moment of your time to hear my latest poem. This isn't the first Cumbrian who tried to introduce me to their poetry, and considering the road ahead, surely not the last. There must be a true infatuation with poetry here, for every other dreamer to have a poem in their heart. Hello, Stefan. Good to meet you. So we could talk and learn more, or we can become poets ourselves. Oh, Stefan. What rhymes with Stefan? I have... Hen does. Alright, let's see here. You would dare stop your king. You announce, here's the latest thing. Unfortunately to you, my peasant Stefan, what you've done is laid like a hen. Terrible. Not a good poem. We tried our best, though. We're now poets, making it fancy. And then, the King of France is currently fighting off one incredibly strong vassal. I will be there, I swear. Eventually. Eventually. If my poem was awful, yeah, again, rhyming things with Stefan is hard. Stepan may have been good, I don't know. We find a peasant being eaten by a wolf. His name is Dugald. My name is Dugald also. I'm insisting that someone tries to save him. We beat the wolf. Unfortunately, late to the feast. We beat the dickens out of a wolf, impressing everyone. And everybody clapped. Speaking of clapping, we captured some children who are worth some money. Hello, child. This man's name is William. He's a very delicate fellow, but I'm going to invite you to join me just so I have more people hanging out in the court. Cool. And then a duchess. She's sure with money also. So far we have now made more money than we've spent on the war. I hope that continues. Someone's trying to kill my stepson. Payan Mob Sophie Capet. Whatever his name is. This is the first child of our wife, the fornicator. More stewardship, more good. Centralization, some more development growth in the capital constantly. Gotta make sure the King of England is not hanging out up north. So because we're doing so well on our war, well, never mind. Along with their strange goods, merchants bring tall tales from distant lands. A group of English peddlers, including Elizabeth here, offers me a unique sword from King Wyangachi of Bjarmaland. A likely yarn. There is no place called Bjarmalander. It seems to be a finely made weapon, though. So I can buy it for 340 money, or make fun of her. Unfortunately, making fun of her damages because we're trusting. Giving money for this causes us to take stress because we're greedy. Now, this is a unique sword, but when we fetch our coin purse, it becomes a scale armor. Apparently, the Bjarmalanders have a different meaning of the word sword than we do. Alright, the sword is splendid. Look how splendid this sword is. Now, if I can actually equip this as a sword, I'm all about this. Like, swinging the armor around wildly. Nope, it's armor. It's probably not worth that much money, but it makes our knights better, and that's what counts, of course. Alright. A mental break is happening. I'm frustrated, I'm confused, everything is terrible. Something about this discussion here sounds familiar. Was the law not my idea? Is it all my fault? Alright, so I can become a drunkard again. Or I insist I'll get over on my own. We're gonna get over on our own. My cousin is insulting my beloved wife. I order him to apologize. He does so. So we're very, very high right now on stress. Close to level 2 with the health penalty. We'll deal with that after the war. I lean over the map in the council chamber. My brother Marmalade appears in the hallway, giving me a tight little hug. I look at him and stroke his hair. You're a good son? The prior king's your father. Maybe this is meant metaphorically. You're like a son to me. Please fix your game, Paradox. Please fix your game. Oh boy. Onward, onward, onward. A shout over Thomond. The earldom of Thomond is to be treated as a dreadful symphony of human suffering. Poem's over here, isn't it? There's a Canoctian flu. Physician, good luck healing them up, folks. It's a destabilizing plague, the worst I've seen so far. Patients are racked with bloody cough like I've never seen before. In my opinion, this plague risks destabilizing the entire realm, decimating our people and crops if we do not take radical action. Ultimately, the exact strategy for preventing the spread of this plague is mine. Desperate measures are needed. I assume that means we start like closing off mainland and force people from here to stay there forever. This is my first higher tier plague I've ever seen, I believe. It's a major plague. Plagues can be apocalyptic, minor, or major, affecting areas spread, duration, the characters get infected by it, causing fatalities. It is a consumption. Well, that's pretty bad. Nobody likes that. Uh-oh. As well as taking a tremendous toll on the economy, the Queen's treatments have led to countless lives being lost. The peasants, already weak from the ravages of disease, couldn't withstand the onslaught of bloodletting and leeches. This loss of life seems to have brought with it an increased spread of the disease, as the miasma clings to the corpses and infests the lungs of the healthy. Oh, my wife. I order her to do better. I say she's forgiven. I lock her up, or I kill her. Again, she's our wife. So if I forgive her, we gain major epidemic prevention botched. Radical measures taken to prevent the spread of an encroaching epidemic, which not only lead to economic stagnation, we're also ineffective at preventing the spread of disease, lowering our holding taxes and our plague resistance by a tremendous amount. This will not happen again. She gets more learning. Fine. So I don't want to divorce her anymore because the Pope likes her as she has 2 virtues. I think executing her for reasons of bad doctoring makes sense. At the same time, though, I'd be interested in not upsetting the whole family. I'm gonna go through these 2 lessons real quick, just so we can never have them open again. I understand. So we are winning our war here. King of England is still busy in Wales. He has not hired any mercenaries. He is so impoverished. She's a woman now! It's good to see my old heartthrob Finguwala. After all these years, the thought of her as subject to my childhood infatuation occupies my mind late at night. She's a woman now. I can't help but pulling up Facebook, looking for her name. Does she have a married name? Who was she dating back in high school? Can I figure out where she lives now? I can just send her a little letter, maybe a private message. How do I make sure she sees the private message? I think she's still friends with that guy that I was friends with. If I reach out to him, maybe I can ask him if she's involved with someone and maybe get, oh boy, okay. I can confess my love, or let's not do so. Definitely let's not do so. Don't want to come off as a creeper. Alright, we only have about 10 months for out of money. We'll see how this goes. Hey, speaking of money, my kitty cat brings me cash. Thank you, kitty cat, for that 2 gold. That'll keep us going. But then, my Queen Sophie is being attacked by an assassin. I go save her. The soundless struggle above is the greatest motivator I've ever known. Without care of life or limb, I hoist myself in. The scene that meets me is not what I expected. Sophie already killed the intruder. I'll never let you get harmed again. We're now soulmates with our queen. Thank goodness. Do you want to be a lover also? Can we be lovers as well, or is... I think romance is higher tier than seduction, so... How about a kid? Could you give me a son, please? If not, it's fine. Like our brother ending up as the king of the world, okay? Prison is empty, unfortunately. A Legend's Herald. I can't help but pace relentlessly as Walter readies provisions for his visit to the court of William, the King of England. Walter is expressly tasked with spreading word of the great deed for Dunkeld, preferably being able to corner the king and persuade him to join the cause. Again, it's very strange that these events happen when we're at war with someone. So I could invite him to use his wits. I can send some money or order him to not mess it up. He messed it up. That's fine. I asked for it, I get it. My wife is bearing my child. I wouldn't mind a daughter, actually. Either way is totally fine. And we're still just marching south to London. Absolutely fine with... Oh, what's this? What's all this bright gold around England now? Oh, is that someone who's now promoting my legend? It's not. What is this gold, friends? Is that a place where my legends believe, possibly? Yeah, it is. So you can see here where people believe your lies. Right, we have prisoners again. Hello to you, Mary, quite contrary. You're not worth money, but please join my court. Good. Then Coolin Ermy, not worth money. Doesn't have much going for him, but I need people, so welcome, my friend. What positions are open or have people who are terrible in them? No one's absolutely terrible in any job except for Chronicler. Sophie's better at that. Good. And Tutor will be useful for the son or daughter. Past that, anyone else we got? Food taster, cupbearer. We're kind of high on stress, so jester would be very useful. No good jesters at all. Musician could sing the song of our people. They're terrible. Let's have a body. Everyone's terrible. Everyone's genuinely awful. No one knows how to work anymore. The kids don't want to work. But let's learn about someone like you. In the distance, I hear my half-brother Marmalade laughing at play with his fellows. I'm King Arthur of Scotland. I'm the hero. He's reenacting the great deed for Dunkeld for his adoring peers. The children all look upon Marmalade with wonder and adoration, captivated by his tale. My heart soars to hear those legendary names and places passing the lips of the next generation with such vigor and enthusiasm. Though one day all will turn to dust, the legend will never die. We leave them to it. We gain Child's Legend. Children are acting out the character's legend, increasing the rate at which it spreads, or I should offer my own version of this, improving the child's stats. No. I need the Child's Legend, the children to continue telling the story of people like me. Which I mean, me. Hey wife, how you doing today? Good to see you. Hope you're having a lovely day. There's an army in the north here. It belongs to Flanders. I don't know why they're in England. Maybe they're allied to the Welsh, who are currently at war with England. Is there another holding in this duchy? There's not. We go here, we won't take attrition. We go to these, we do, though. Why is that? Because this one's next. So going here, we won't lose any. We're nearly out of money again. You recall we started this war with 500 money? And I spent it all on, I don't recall what. I'm sure it was worth it, though. Oh, Sophie, you've been so brave, so strong. Words cannot describe my love for you. My wife has given me a child, the totally average Julia. Now, because she's born of the king, she's higher in precedence than the king's brother. We could try to go to Agnatic, is that right? Yeah, Agnatic, which is men only rule. Whichever way. Julia is a name for sane people name their kids. Our king is crazy. So what do we name our daughter? Last one's named Marmalade. If I look around, what do I see? What do I see? A sheet of paper. We're gonna call her Parchment. May you write your own history. Beautiful. Oh, I spent all my money on my sword. That was right. Yeah, I spent way too much money on a not very good item, unfortunately, but these things happen. Be right with you. So the plague from Ireland has jumped over to Scotland now. It's still decently away from my capital, which is right here. Very soon we may have to hide away and avoid the plague. We'll see in a bit. My wife, the Queen Sophie, is transcribing the great deed for Dunkeld de Vellum as I dictate it to her once more. As I recount the very beginning of the tale, she ceases committing my words to parchment. She's writing on the child. I cannot help but notice something missing here, my king. Did King Arthur not meet with a mystical woman in the barony of St. Johnston? Did said woman not rise from the waters and give King Arthur a divine mission? So if I say that's true, we're almost likely to get a tremendous amount of stress. If I say I forged it myself, I forged what myself? The story? I gotta take that, because I can't have more stress right now. Gotta continue hanging out, saving the necessary stress if we have to. More sieging. Did not win any capturing. We got into Leicestershire. Leicestershire. As usual, my ability to pronounce names in England, very, very low. All the vowels do not mean anything. It's very confusing. I run out of money in about 2 months. Looking for ducal capitals may be the way to go. So ducal capital there. What's the ducal capital around these parts? Over here. It is only one step over for that one. What happens when you run out of money? We begin minting more money as a way of insisting that, we're going to be the ruler forever. When you start losing money, you start having troubles maintaining control of your kingdom. Bandits might pop up because you can't pay for the sheriffs, black markets, and so on. Also, your soldiers fight less well. We sell prisoner artifacts. Unfortunately not Echo. We've already done both of those. So, we're just fighting with a much larger army than we should have right now, given the strength of my economy. So, that's how it goes. As I promenade down the stairs, this man does not walk, he instead promenades, I reach one of the corridors from where the servants usually watch the children. That's creepy. It's not them I find. Instead I find Colbin. His voice reaches me loud and clear, and I conceal myself among the stone pillars. What has King Arthur done anyway? Was there any of us there to see his so-called legend that King Dugald so proudly makes us sing now? I say you there and make him apologize or pretend I hear nothing. This undermines my legend. You there! He apologizes. The legend spreads more easily. Speaking of spreading, how's it going? Last time was 163, now 170. Hooray! The Duke of Munster, who hates us, is honored to serve as our vassal. Oh gosh. He's lost his eyes, he has consumption, he's depressed, he's scarred, but at least he's glad to be our vassal. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, also we're in an offensive war. I forgot. Being in an offensive war as a Catholic makes the, makes the various vassals offended. We were negative money, but we captured another holding. Okay, we go to here. There's no loss of troops. We have how much food saved up right now? We're only at 16. So very soon, my army's going to start starving. So after the siege, we have to drop back and refill the food. Ways to get money quickly. We're fairly close to getting another point in stewardship. At that point, I can take golden obligations and begin bribing people for money. We've not done that much in terms of developing secrets against people. We have 5 hooks, all of which are on children. And the children do not have any allowances, so I can't bribe them even a little bit. We could send our spy master over to begin developing secrets against our enemies to get some money off of that. Yeah. I'm trusting that no one's trying to kill the king right now. So I'm going to look for secrets in our capital, which is the best way to get a bunch of them possibly. And this will make us rich very, very soon. Factions happening. A Liberty faction. 2 dukes and 1 earl are convinced that my law is too strong. It's only limited. It's only limited. They're interested in me going down to autonomous vassals, which makes it so I can't revoke their titles. I'll probably allow that just to make the vassals happy, but not quite yet. We got 21 more money, but we did not manage to capture any people to sell. We are plus 93 on the war, though, so we can end this war very, very soon. I just want to get to London, though. So the most direct path there is Buckinghamshire to Middlesex, I believe. Though Buckinghamshire has only one holding, so there to there, big money. The Lormere Doombringer, our rodent killer. My cat brings me another dead rat. We are now rat-free for 5 years, which does not give us any disease prevention. It's an old event. I would love if they would update the old events involving rodent killing to also get rid of disease chances. Oh shoot, we're all starving to death. Right. I can't keep attacking until we have some more food. So we split in half. This area supports up to 3,000 people. So they're going to start getting their food back again. And this one supports 3,000 also. So these together will refill fairly soon. An angelic initiation. My wife, the Queen Sophie, comes forward and talks about Dongshad, my great-great-great-grandfather, saying he was merely unlanded, but then became king of Scotland because an angel gave it to him. This messenger from heaven promised the House of Dunkeld would forever rule the Kingdom of England. If we say this is true, we're likely to fail. So instead, it's heresy. Not true, instead lies. Okay, we have golden obligations now, so we can begin to bribe people for money. That said, my king is forgiving. If we start bribing people, he's going to lose his mind. For the sake of avoiding insolvency, we may have to go to level 2 stress and then just chill for a while. So getting out of this war is the correct call. Probably more important than rushing London and getting the 33 money there and possibly... Well, the king has no money. Yeah, getting out of the war at once is most important. So everybody siege this thing. Just one more siege should do it. The common people? The common people want to claim my story, so do the nobles. Say it's about the nobles, then the nobles like us more. The small folk gives more control growth, or it's a tale about just my father. It's a tale of our father, clearly. A negative 24. I just want to go home, don't you understand? In a moment here, we're going to have a major problem. The major problem is we're going to have 2 kingdoms. And 2 sons. And 2 sons. So if we were to die right now, each son would get 1 kingdom. We have to unify them in an empire before our current king dies. That's the next big mission. Oh, Sophie, you're so brave, so strong, so wonderful. Words cannot describe how much I love you and our 2 sons, little William the Scaly and little Caleb the basically normal. Alright. William, your name is going to be Seth. Sounds like a snake. Caleb, your name is going to be Meanie, which I believe is a Scottish surname. And you're going to be Meanie because you're average. Perfect. The bullies will probably be very mean. Our war score is now 100. The war ends. Count Simon is the leader of the stack. He has money. No, we have no stress reducers to do right now, unfortunately. It is the case that our king only can pet cats. That's already been done. So I'm chasing this army merely in hopes of capturing their commander to ransom for cash. Sophie busily jots down my words. I dictate them. I must be careful with words to William, the King of England. Send it as is. We don't care about this. The King of England's not king for long. We found no secrets in our capital yet. There must be something. Keep looking. Flagellants at court. The Connachtian flu continues to sweep across my realm, devastating everything in its wake. A group of fanatics have come into prominence in the infected regions, claiming that salvation can be achieved through self-flagellation. My Archbishop Walter is strongly against the practice. He's looking very angry there in his little golden mitts, claiming not only is it masochistic and heretical, it's also sexually deviant and must be eliminated. He strongly suggests the practice be wholeheartedly condemned by the crown. I could condemn it. I could say they're harming no one but themselves. Or if what they say is true, I shall flagellate myself. That would help with our stress in a big way. But flagellation is also a good way to wound yourself regularly and head to death. The more important goal is getting the empire created. And so we're going to not do something that will wound ourselves. If I persecute the flagellants, that leads to a loss of opinion on everyone. If they harm them by themselves, control goes down everywhere because the religious extremists ignore the church. I will stand with the church. Stop your pervasity. And we capture the count. Exactly the goal. With that 50 more money, we become solvent again. And it's time for one of those big old changes we love so much. Friends, behold, it's England. Friends, behold, it's Scotland. Hey! Legitimacy gained. We are now the rightful ruler of everything. Also, the Welsh are causing problems for me. The Welsh and their 334 dudes. We gotta go stop that. A whole bunch of factions developing against me. My army is very weak right now because we are not currently refilling my army. They have to go home to do that. We have 9 money. Perfect. A lesson in lucre. My brother Marmalade has finished a lesson held by Coolin on the management of the treasury and gold therein. Marmalade seems to have taken the lesson to heart with a reinforced sense of justice. He's constantly talking about how everyone, from the highest king to the lowest naperer, plays their part in the economy of the realm. Naperer? Napperer? I assume naperer. We'll see. A strong suggest will endear you to the people. The king is a just man. He'll not be king. Why not disband the units and move the rally point closer to Wales? Because we're almost there. We're enjoying a hike here. What do you mean, not have a hike in the forest? It seemed like shenanigans to me. We caught them good. Will definitely give us war score. Still negative 85. Yeah, taking war score is negative 128. So we need to uncap this to get rid of the ticking war score, definitely. We might then white peace, because we won't lose anything. But if we force them to surrender, how much money do they have to give me? If they surrender, they have to give me 158 money. That's not a huge amount, but it's enough for a hunt. Move my trials and tribulation. The Duchess Finguala has offered me her counsel and aid on many occasions, hoping to alleviate the burden of my duties. However, her attention has incurred the ire of Emma. Finguala cannot be trusted. It's merely a ploy to exploit me. We're trusting. So I'm going to go ahead and say we trust her. She's been kind to us. We made a friend. Good. Hello, Vera. How's it going? No, there's no particular reason to put my troops and re-raise them. You might know other Nick, that if you put your troops away and then re-raise them, your troops are not immediately available. Bastards. I mean, this is no surprise. The first son of our wife was not produced in marriage. She's only had one husband. That's how it goes. Virier. Fabulous he. It's not unknown for casual observers to drop to one knee out of respect for this person passing by. Well, we can now blackmail our wife. We don't intend to do that. Ticking war score is now gone, so we're now plus 54. If I siege their capital, that'll end the war probably. They're sieging something. Do they have mangonels? They don't. So they're sieging very, very slowly. We'll siege much, much faster. We have 4 months. They have 5 months. We're good to go. Also, the Petty Queen of Connacht, which is the rest of Ireland, is now spreading the good news of my legend. 203 baronies! Hey, look! People over in... That's not mine. Heirs of Charlemagne is not mine. So all throughout England and the north of France, people believe in my good news. What's out here? What's blue? A battle with the Vinyakas. What's that? It's a holy legend. Rajkumari Prabhavati of Ningxi was born as any woman would be, with no conception of the greatness she'd achieve in the name of the gods. She was ambushed and harassed. She defeated Arjun Pala. All very exciting. Oh, good call. Having won the war in England, I have way too many holdings. Thanks for catching that. Definitely missed that part. We want to keep this duchy down here, most notably the London. So Banff must be given away. I completely missed the part where we got a bunch of counties because I'm still busy in a war. That's why everyone hates me, because I have way too many holdings for my britches. All right, who's of my family who has no land and wants some? All right, my half-brother will probably not end up ruling. I will give it to you, kiddo. Remember our good times, please. I gotta get rid of 4 more. So what do I hold here that's not part of the duchy? Or is it all the duchy? It's all in Essex, unfortunately. In the north here, Dunbar is part of Lothian. So we hold parts of Lothian and parts of Albany. Albany's where we started. We moved our capital down to Edinburgh. So I think I'm going to give away the northern counties, though they are some of my most developed ones. So we're weakening ourselves, but strengthening. Let's go ahead and strengthen the kid we just gave territory to. Oh, I may also hold 3 duchies. That might be true. We'll look out for that in a second. All right. I'm going to give you Gowrie. And I'm going to give you the whole darn thing. We're still 1 over. And so, and so. Okay. Want to keep all of you. So who do we give away then up here? Linlithgow is 217 a month. Dunbar is 229. Okay, whichever county is larger. This is a 2. This is also a 3. So Dunbar gets given away to somebody else in the family. Hello, David. Some grandson kid. You're going to do well. Don't give away anything. We need an emperor. You get more. It's a good point. Totally forgot about that part. It's fine, though. We're having a good time. More myth than legend. A word, my lord. Guest Constance approached me, a worried look on her face. It's about legend. Duchess Emma's been heard doubting it. The court gossip started to echo her. If you don't stop it in time, every peasant in the realm will believe it's a lie. All right. We insist that, yes, indeed. Oh, if we just let them talk, we lose stress. We insist they can say anything they want to. We believe in the truth of what we have said. There's a new disease called King Dunkald's flu. Why are you blaming me for this? This is not my fault. Poor Ireland having consistent and terrible diseases. Gotta build some hospitals over there, maybe. Alright, we're at plus 84 war score. We haven't yet capped out on battles. So I'm going to chase them down. If we defeat them here, we should be able to win the war at once. Malingering scent. In times like these, we notice that smells are a sign of poison. This fellow says they put beautiful flowers from our nose, the poison will not destroy us. Unfortunately, we're very poor, so I can't afford these 95 money from flowers. No, no, no. They mean nothing. Gotta keep that money for sure. Do I have a speedy commander? I do not, unfortunately. So we'll have to just chase him into the corner here. Hey, the King of France won the war against Burgundy to keep on the throne. That's good, that's good. Hello. Hello. I already win that also. Friends, it's been another hour of play. It's now noon my time, so we're going to take a 3-minute break and do some crossword. When that is done, we'll have another hour of game time before I have to go teach. So thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Enjoy my cat getting involved in some amorous endeavors. What a good kitty. What a good kitty. Little crossword for 3 minutes. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it very much. We're going through the downs the very first time in this puzzle. We'll see how it goes. Bean, whose top producer is coasted to ivory. I assume it's cacao. Not sure on that, though. Hit with a paddle, say. Hit with a paddle. So that could be a teacher disciplining someone. It could also be hazing on like a new fraternity brother. Playing ping pong or tennis, one uses a paddle also. I'm gonna say it's the word thwack. How do you spell that? Thwack. Perfect. Hey you is probably psst. Eek. I have no idea. They cross here as a bird that sacrifices wings to save the forest, a kiwi bird. So, the designer of the black dress Audrey Hepburn wore in Breakfast at Tiffany's. I have no idea. Eek. Yipe, possibly? Not just right. We'll keep in mind that might be wrong. Hakuna Matata Advocate. That's Timon and Pumbaa. H, I assume. Pumbaa, maybe. Irish dramatist McPherson. I assume Connor, but I'm not sure on that. What's the cross here? Michael Crichton films it in a hospital. Maybe Coma? I do not know that book or film. We'll try that and see. Mutiny on the Bounty Captain. I knew this at one point. I have no idea now what it is. Actress Diana of the Game of Thrones. No idea. It's a deal. Done. That's dud. It's a deal is done. Financial services company with an asterisk in its name. That's E-Trade, I believe. Which means that poets as versifiers is wrong. So it could instead be versifiers. I mean, Otists? Writers? Not sure. Organization with multiple boards. So instead of being a board of people, attending to it and keeping oversight, it could be boards like a bulletin board. It could be boards like backboards in basketball. Not sure. Ingredients in mole poblana or garam masala. Cinnamon in both cases. Yeah. Fiddlesticks. Dang it, I assume. Mollycoddles. Mollycoddles is a word that's often in the puzzle. I can never remember what it means, though. Jesse, for whom a street outside Berlin's Olympia Stadium is named. Jesse Owens. A peak. Acme, Apex, that kind of thing. The crosses stare rudely at. With a W there. I said Lear or Oogle. Not sure. Gawp, to gawp at. There we go. So it's Apex. Repeated word in a Yale fight song. I have no idea. The Yale students call themselves the Elis. I know that. Or the Elis, not sure how it's said. Let's go do a few more. A city on the Little Cuyahoga River. That's in Ohio, the Cuyahoga. Past that, I'm not sure. Somebody that I used to know singer. Do. I know the song. The singer has a one-word name. That word is kind of bouncy. I don't recall what it is. Home makeover slangily is a This is the second time in the past week I couldn't remember this word. Last time we were saying I can't remember this word ever. It's not relo. It's not refi. Redo, maybe. Okay, very funny. I have no idea. No idea. Last one for now. Blank blanket is wet blanket. And with that, we've made some progress once more. We will not finish one today, but I feel in pretty good shape for finishing it tomorrow, most likely. A fine start, though. All right. Now, one last hour of play, and then we'll be done with our stream for today. That rhymed. Candles sputter and sheets rustle as Sophie and I intertwine in the bed. We try to be quiet, but sometimes the sounds are a little resonant. The gasps, the sighs, the meows? I bolt upright to find the Lord Mayor Doombringer sitting quite happily on a pillow next to us, purring contentedly. As I ponder what to do, mouth agape, she begins noisily cleaning a paw. Sophie looks at me haughtily. I give the satisfied feline a half-hearted shove. She rolls on her back, ready to play. It'd be rude to disturb her, or shoo, cat. We shoo the cat successfully. Poor cat. Poor cat. Got me nice to our wife, though. We discovered the Earl Simon has tried to have Countess Gerberga murdered. Earl Simon? Am I right that if I blackmail you, it's rough for us? So trusting and forgiving are both a penalty to blackmail. We will not be blackmailing him, even though it's a way for us to get some money. Maybe, maybe, maybe. We've defeated the enemy again. That said, it's still 93% war score. We are getting ticking war score now for holding a territory. We capture some more folks, none of whom go to war score. So, hello to Saveray de Montacute. Not Montague, Montacute, you little cutie. He's a fine knight, a fine Catholic, will ask me to join us. And he does. Then, Guy de Jonville. Not a great knight, but good enough for us right now. This is us restocking after an earlier bit of disease. And then a mayor will give me 30 money for freedom. I like it. I like it. Okay, the flu is still passing. Also, a faction's big angry still. It's independence! Lancaster, Northumbria, East Anglia, and Count Simon the Smelly are all wanting to revolt against me. I do have some children I can marry off. And that might potentially stop this. So the eldest is the Duchess of Lancaster, most powerful, and all of her children are married or dead. Next down is Alflagar of Northumbria. He has a very, very young daughter who is unmarried. Hello to you, child. Allow me to marry you to... I don't want Prince Seth the Scaly to become our king. So I'm going to marry him off. That will stop him being in this faction. And then I need to disinherit him. The name Guiges is pronounced as Geeg? Geeg, thank you. French, delightful. Let me see now if I can disinherit the boy. What does it cost these days? We gain stress. We lose legitimacy. We're going to go down to level 3 legitimacy, and everybody hates it. We have some years to figure this out, as long as the king doesn't die suddenly. So hopefully that works out. Hopefully, hopefully, hopefully. Also, there's more diseases starting. So here we have something called Bjornflade's Flux. Terrible diarrhea is happening there. I just want to get out of this war. Plus 100. We captured someone's wife. He'll give me 7 money for it. That's fine. And we can finally end this thing. Bad air over Ossory. King Dugald's flu has devastated the people of Ossory. My wife, Queen Sophie, informed me that local trade and produce completely dried up as the people wallow in their homes and the streets, awaiting death's call. She blames the plague on bad air surrounding the dead and dying, and proposes that countering it with a vast field of lavender would do much to dispel the bad air and slow the spread of disease. Alright, Flower power. I could say it's worth a try for all of my money, or what a waste of gold. She hates that, the peasants do also, but I gotta get out of the war, I need some money. We've protected the west of Scotland once more. Let's go home. We also gained some legitimacy for successfully holding onto our territory. So we're in 4 of 5 by how many points? 4 requires 1,200 legitimacy. We're 175 over that. If I disinherit the kiddo now, lose 400. So we need a little bit more legitimacy saved up to not lose the legitimacy level. Okay, we have money, we have peace. I need to do some buildings, but I also need to create the beautiful British Empire. I own all I need. I need 1,000 money to do this. I have too many duchies. I don't need the petty kingdom of Normandy. I have no idea why I have that. Also, for some strange reason, there's a little bit of Scotland in the middle of France. I have no idea how this person has this territory. It's not part of Normandy. We hold no part of Normandy. I should destroy his title. It lowers our legitimacy. I can just give it away to this fellow, and he'll probably lose it soon. I captured in the conquest, but only the ducal title. Nothing below it. That's what surprised me, that it still existed with no land on it. Anyway, Count Simon the Smelly, I gift to you a title you probably don't deserve. I wish you the best of luck. Normandy shall be yours. Did I click on something else? I may have misclicked there. We're good to go. Cap. He gets Normandy now. Wish best of luck. It was part of England? Oh, did we resolve our England war before? No, we didn't resolve our England war before they resolved the Normandy war. I don't think. Maybe they did. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, not our problem anymore. What is our problem is that Essex is making no money. So I gave away a bunch of perfectly productive and strong counties in the north to have ones instead that are very, very weak power. Hey, we call London Lunon. That's pretty neat. What I need right now, though, is to give my capital the hospices. Varied pilgrims are allowed to stay and rest in the pilgrims' quarters should they seek shelter in their long journeys. Here they're also treated to food, drink, and maybe even a bath. And plague resistance. How do you make someone a knight? Hey, Gear, how's it going? To make someone a knight, they must be either in your court or one of your vassals. Those are 2 things first. You then go to military, knights, and the game will always try to put the highest level personal fighting prowess at the very top there. And so if you want to say, for example, this guy way down here who has foreign fighting, I want him to be a knight. You can push the force button, even though he's very, very bad, he will become a knight then. You can also forbid them if you want to keep someone alive. So that's the useful switch there. Still have inactive accolades. I still have 2 of them I cannot fill up right now. If we had a plague it in our capital, we did actually. We haven't had the Great Death, so the Great Plague, bubonic plague, but we have had minor ones. Also, having taken over England, we now have the English items to put out. So, the hide of the mighty boar of Villock. More renown, because someone killed a boar once. We also have our first furniture. King Robert's chest. A tiny but elegant inscription runs on the side, dedicating it to my beloved Hermione. We could definitely destroy these, but... Alright. The Blade Curtana. The Sword of Mercy. The legendary sword was once wielded by Tristan against Morholt. This would also be why the tip of the sword is missing, a piece lost to a thick skull of the Irish giant. So this sword is still brought out as part of the investiture ceremony of England. It's a delightful sword that is missing its tip because it shows mercy, not attacking. So that's a beautiful item. We also have multiple Excaliburs, Excalibri possibly, and the head of Saint Edmund. Edmund demanded he'd be made a saint from the moment of his birth. Legends tell he was king of East Anglia, who volunteered as a sacrifice to the Vikings, rather than let his people be slaughtered by them. Fancy, fancy, fancy. Also, the Trojan Horse book is not decaying still. I do wonder if it will not decay while it's on display, unless someone harms it. I'm gonna get rid of one of the Excaliburs for right now, to get some cash. And I believe that's all of the items I have to use right now. Someone wants to talk. This person would like to make some murder holes to keep me safe. Let's see here. It's 185 money for the upgrades. So I'll say, I'll enter the front door, don't you worry. I'm back and forth right now between saving for 1,000 money to make sure the Empire stays together, or perhaps instead building up more buildings. The king's only 33 and in very good health, so I think I'm going to build up some more economy buildings first. While performing her duties as my spy master, Ava has discovered a secret held by Countess Eleanor. She's harboring doubts about Catholicism. Shame, shame, shame. I bet we get her excommunicated. The plague continues. I'm so sorry, everyone. Can we become King of Ireland now? Do we hold enough of it? We do. So for 500 money, we become King of Ireland. Then Connacht might rightly join me. For now, just hanging out there. Probably no one else to go for them, unless maybe Denmark does, or possibly Norway. Norway has a civil war going right now. Alright, how is the promotion of my legend going? Gotta keep checking. 245! So almost all of England now accepts that we are truly doing great things in the world. Lives or gold? The plains fever spreads across my realm. Unfortunately, we can't control the outbreaks. Requiring the merchants to sequester themselves where they bring goods to markets will ensure they aren't infected. Quarantine, quarantine, quarantine! If I quarantine them, we get really stressed because we're trusting rather. We need to trust that the merchants will not bring disease in. So we keep the economy going. I just want to believe people. Okay. I wonder if the Pope would spread my legend. Hello, Pope guy. You can't ask him because he's not an immediate neighbor. He also doesn't speak my language. France friends, do you count as a neighbor across the channel? They don't. Now, if we're friends or lovers, then maybe yes. Okay. This fellow in the middle of France could help us. He might spread the legend. We'll ask nicely. He accepts. So he'll hopefully start spreading it around in France. With that in mind, what is my chronicler doing right now? Nothing. We got a new chronicler, didn't give her a job. Good job, me. We will try to just spread it domestically because the middle portion of Ireland does not fully believe. We'll get that done first. What can cleanse you of your sins and your sickness? Believing in your king. Alright, we continue on Architect again. I believe. Or we can just get more money all the time. And more money all the time is better. Help us do more buildings. Speaking of which, I start making London a better place. This is more money, more good. Its control is 0, actually. And so I need to move my marshal out again to get control in Essex, my new territory there. Start in London. Can we learn about germ theory? I think it's a little bit too early on that, unfortunately. All we know is that washing hands keeps us healthy, but we can't convince the peasants. The peasants have insufficient water to do so. My kitty cat falls while stretching. Luckily, she lands on her feet again. She's a dopey little kitty cat, but she delights us. Papal credit card ready to go. I thank you. Praise St. Matthew, here comes our tax refund. The question now is, we are more than halfway to the Empire. This is the most money we're going to have unless we just sit here and wait a very, very long time. I can vassalize people. The rest of Wales is willing to join me. Awesome. So it is becoming the United Kingdom of Scotland, Wales, England, and wait, how did Munster join us? Not Munster. How did Connacht join us? The person who vassalized was Daberuth. Did someone fight a war for me, possibly? I have no idea what just happened. Oh yeah, Munster took over Connacht. I completely missed that part where my southern duke wanted to be the northern duke also. He's gonna be king of England, surely. But all that's left is Denmark. How strong is Denmark these days? 418. So we're at the point now where we can keep rolling if we want to, but not sure we should do that. We should probably still instead just keep building. My brother Marmalade and his little friend Dwaywe has taken a copy of the scriptures of the playroom and ruined it, torn the pages, footprints on the cover, no respect. I tell you, no respect. It seems that Marmalade doesn't care for the word of God. He can be cynical, or humble, or content. He's not going to rule, so cynical's fine. He's righteous in his atheism at age 11. Very well. He's one of those kids. I was always out there saying the things to offend someone else. We have some independence factions. The biggest one is the Duchess of Lancaster. Her children are all married off already. The Duchess of House, all married also. East Anglia has a child who is not married. So, I have one allied daughter. She's my only daughter. I'm going to say we can fight this independence faction ourselves, especially with France as an ally. So I'm going to hold off on marrying off my daughter until I know what I need her for. I think. We'll see. What other claims do we have? We have a claim on a portion of France right next door. Let's not do that. Oh, we should have Faroe Islands indeed. Having the Faroe Islands would be a lovely way of going. So Norway is currently involved in a civil war, yes? They are. So it's probably time to sneak in there. Now, this is de jure part of Norway, correct? It is. So I have no rightful claim there. I'll have to develop one. Make sure that's true. Yeah, no claim against Norway. We'll have to develop one. The King of France wants me to come help against 2 of his counts. You do not need my help against 2 counts, goodness gracious. I'll be right there. But I have more important things to do right now, namely convince the good people of Norway to give me this county. I pronounced de jure correctly. De jure. I go back and forth. It depends on if I use the English pronunciation or the Latin one. I have a tutorial where I explain how de jure and de facto works out. And I mentioned in there I'm not going to say it in the Latin way. I don't remember why I decided not to say it in the Latin way, but it was fun. The sound of laughter rings down the hallway at court these days. Strange, given that plains fever is in the countryside. I grab Finguwala, my best friend, as she passes and demands to know what's going on. Why, my lord? It's the latest advice from physicians. Their sure plains fever is spread by bad moods and grim demeanors. Of course it stands to reason that laughter is the best medicine. I can join in laughing and maybe lose some stress. I come off unconvincing with my forced laughter. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Yeah, France does not need my help here. That said, because they're right next to my territory, I will contribute to the cause, I guess. And while I'm thinking about economy stuff, let's continue building up our economy. Buckingham needs money production. Good. Berkhamsted. Hertfordshire. I believe Hertfordshire has a fair amount of sheep. We'll give them the cattle pastures for, sheep. Essex is empty also. We'll give them fields. Good. How do you deal with powerful vassals when there are more of them than are council seats? Figure out which one's weakest and try to make them your friends some other way. Yeah, except for during succession crises. And in those moments when we have a ruler who's just taking over. Except in these moments, I tend to not have my most powerful vassal in council. But yeah, the reason why you have more powerful vassals than you have council seats is probably because they are not able to become the religious leader. Because you have 5 powerful vassals and 1, 2, 3, 4 slots you can use. And you definitely can sway if you want to. It's a way to keep them happy. If you're in a religion that lets you choose your own religious leader, then you'll have the number you need to get everyone their position. But again, you don't really need to necessarily. Medicinal jar. Every day I pass near Queen Sophie of Scotland's study, and every day, every hour, the threat of Dungald's flu is constantly in my mind. Proximity to her study offers some comfort, some solace. Among the curious utensils she has, one particular, a beautiful painted jar, seems to be special. She notices my attention. I see you have interest in my Breton medicine jar. It's a true marvel of handcraft, but the real wonders are contained within. It offers me protection when I go out and save the lives of your subjects. So I could demand it for myself. I could demand it myself a different way, or I could let her keep it. I will let her keep it, which gives a bonus learning as long as she's our physician. Awesome. Gotta keep the wife happy, of course. There's no end to the opinions and wants of my son and heir, Seth. Half the time he's trying to tell me what to do instead of the other way around. How aggravating. He's a bossy child. We'll make him into a true warrior. Again, he will not rule. He'll probably rule, or probably fight on behalf of his brother. Do something! 1 second. How bad is the disease? Ireland's being ravaged still. Wales as well. More reports in from the Earldom of Sussex. As the King Dugald's flu continues to rage, Walter has brought me the latest missives personally and slams a hand at his desk. The people need something to be done. The filthy animals are bedeviling the area. We must get rid of the animals to free ourselves from the infection. So, we can kill the dogs, kill the sheep, or don't be ridiculous. We kill those sheep. This time I didn't kill your dogs. Are you pleased? Hope you're pleased. Alright, so France is moving along to fight these. We're taking one of the capitals of one of the rebelling dukes. I'll head to this one also. We'll see if France manages to capture the war leader there. Holy cow! Household savings! Our wife just found 206 money. If only I hadn't spent money so far. We had about 700 on proximity to the Empire. I've seized a mighty wolf hide. I think that's a small artifact. Is it? No, it's a large artifact, unfortunately. So, we're hanging 2 of our house banners. This one gives me 0.04 renown. If we put up the... I have a lot of banners. I didn't realize I had so many of these. The Norwegian war banner gives me dread. Okay. So, the Godwin banner belongs to the old King of England. We destroy that immediately. This banner, I don't know how to pronounce, but it's one that belonged to the King of Croatia and will never use. Another Godwin banner, absolutely not. That's my house banner. One from Wales gives bonus to grandeur and levy replacement. The wolf hide gives a bonus to grandeur and prestige. The hide of the cursed bear of Nakwao. Better knight effectiveness, obviously. Obviously. Okay. You can force them to take the vows. It's less penalty to get people in succession. Yeah. Unfortunately, to get them to take the vows, I don't recall what you have to do as Catholics. I think you have like a calling that is for like zealotry maybe does it. There's some traits that do much better than others when it comes to that. Oh, my stack here has no siege weapons. But then, the legend can be upgraded. Wait, really? My legend is ready to upgrade. Doesn't it have to be inside of 600 baronies? Oh, nope, only 300. All right, we go from illustrious to mythical. We're done. We're done. The great deed is completed. Everyone in the world believes that we're descended of a very, very great man. We complete it. We have a lot of decisions we get. We can build a legendary palace. We get a claim on all the Uri titles of the Empire of Britannia. We gain legitimacy, and we are truly ordained. Here is the end of the book of King Arthur and of his noble family, Dunkeld, whose fame and legitimacy is known across the whole land. And here is the end of the great deed of Dunkeld. Arthur's legend culminates in a marvelous adventure. His great deeds of arms were such that all kings had wonder thereof, and many nobles and commoners came to his encounter, for they wished to see the legend in the flesh. Here it was written in Edinburgh, the 25th of July, 1140, Anno Domini. There we go, we got 3 achievements. Never-ending story. Complete your answer's legend. Divine right, reach full legitimacy. And the third one, I don't know what that is. But 3 achievements done. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. But not the one we need right now. The one we need now is the Sons of Skota, which takes 380 money someday. Custodian of the Holy Site is probably for belonging or for owning the Archbishopric of Canterbury. So I want to do both of these. But this one I must get done first. So this legend comes next. Now, for completing that great deed, what do we get? More development growth, more popular opinion, principled pious. All those who promote the legend benefit from integrity in the eyes of common folk for the next 8 years. Trusting tolerant. Better chance of the legend spreading. Oh, these are the ones that affected its being developed. I think for now, it just gives development growth and popular opinion. Maybe. There's a Dwarf Fortress Hot Potato in May. I don't know how to play Dwarf Fortress. I'm really, really bad at it. So, if I get invited to a RimWorld playthrough, I'll probably take part in it. But Dwarf Fortress probably not. But thank you for notifying me that I could do that. Here are the new decisions we have for having done this. One is consolidate the kingdom. You may select one kingdom to permanently de jure drift to your realm. The kingdom must be held by you or have some drift progress into a held title. I'm going to save that until we have the empire built. Then, clear ground for a legendary building. Unlock a special building slot in a province. The legendary palace. That's all we can make for right now. Let's do it. Lothian. How do I choose where it goes? Or does that have to be in Lothian? Is that our capital? That is the capital, so we're fine with that. Lothian needs a special building for Legendary Palace. A great and vast palace with surrounding gardens and hunting grounds. This luxurious abode not only provides comfort and entertainment to any ruler staying in it, but functions as a status symbol of wealth and power. More legitimacy, more taxes, more developments, more. Oh, it's randomly placed? Okay, I got it. In that case, Lothian is not, what I thought it was. Luckily we hold it, though. It's not the capital. How much money to build the Legendary Palace? Where's Lothian? Sorry. It is 1,350 money. Well, at least we have dreams. At least we have things we believe in for the future. Also, a very small army is marching in the North Riding there. Do I have unraised troops? I do. I have 1 knight and 1,354 troops. They've got a bunch of... We had to restation our men-at-arms. They have a whole bunch of men-at-arms. I'm going to ignore that for now, because the war is almost resolved here. Plus 100. Alright, so the King of France should end the war immediately. And that will keep that area unsieged. I wish to put my troops away. Hey, we won the war. We helped King Henri keep his throne. That's very good. Hopefully he does not then invade my Scottish pox on the middle of him. We can bring some accolades back, because no one can currently run the accolades. We'll do that. Also, a pet our kitty cat. Good. Little stress removal. Now, I need to put my men-at-arms regiments somewhere. They were in very nice locations before. Do have a place that's good for pikemen now. So plus 5/5 in Linlithgow. Nowhere's nearly as good down here. We may have a better area for them later. For now, they live there. Also, we're going to be fighting in non-hills in the future, as Scotland's pretty well protected. We want to have different kinds of men-at-arms as well. Eventually. Alright, we're now pulling in 22 money a month. So, this is our first time at peace while holding almost all of Britain. It's still a whole bunch of months until we're able to, form the empire. I might go ahead and wait for it, though. We have a new Mountain of Aethel, Provost Adam. We also have a new Shining Star of Scotland, Aelfric. They're both level 1 still. At 131 glory at most. We have to hit 300 glory to level up. Someday. How's my king looking on hunting? Completely non-existent. Eventually we have to do a king who's going to try to learn falconry. There's still an achievement waiting on that. Acquisitions of sorcery! Bum bum bum! This is a genius who is a lunatic. Please release him. The peasants don't like that, but I do, because we have more stewardship. And what? I don't want to extort the subjects. I actually never extort the subjects in this game. I was trying to be a halfway decent guy to the peasants. I think we can now disinherit the #1 son. So you do lose a level of legitimacy no matter what. But the scaly kid will no longer become emperor. Instead, boy #2, Prince Meanie, as he's average, becomes that. We'll look after him. As of right now, he's pensive. Pensive mean we're likely to go for stewardship. Make hunting lodges? So I don't think we have hunting lodges yet. I think our culture has not yet researched that. Is that true? Is it actually true, or if I'm lying to you? Pure deceit. Oh no, hunting lodges. I was thinking of archery grounds. Sorry. We'll need to think about that. So hunting lodges give a bonus also to archers, I believe. And we have no archers yet, but they could be good to have. Upgrade to sick house. A modest sick house has been built here to keep the foul air of the ill away from the healthy. Right, a quiet place of healing for the infirm. Good. We really want the economy to go. We can just build, build, build. With that much money coming in, we're great. A counselor died while choking on his food. How embarrassing. Alright, Duchess Emma, one of the vassals, is actually a fairly good steward. And though she hates me, she won't want you on the council there. Good. Good to good. Greetings, Serene King. One of the Duchesses of Wales comes by to give me rich gifts. 50 money. And with that, we have enough to build again already if we want to. So, in the area in Essex, let me make sure that the hunting grounds actually help archers. They don't actually. What helps archers? Heavy cavalry, heavy infantry. Archers are the militia camp, actually. One would imagine, but won't be wrong. Sure. I'm gonna go ahead and get ourselves some archers also, as they're useful in plains, I believe. Which we have a bunch of down here. Useful in hills, forests, and taiga. Not plains at all. That's fine, though. Gotta believe, gotta believe. The map. This fellow has made a map of how to get to my home. You stop that, please. Alright. Who are the possible threats right now? So, Norway's a threat insofar as it has territory I want, but not much past that. Denmark's about half our strength. They do have a ton of alliances, though, including to Norway, as well as Iceland and Sweden and Poland. Alright, the Scandinavian folks decided they all want to be friends today. So no taking a bit of Denmark back. Whenever the King of Denmark dies, we are going for that. It's part of my island, darn it. HRE is still stronger than us. They have no reason to attack us. France is an ally of ours. Yeah, so they can't attack for this territory. Eventually they might want to, though. So we gotta keep an eye on that. Which the French king can't do. Fair enough. Someone is trying to kill my stepson. Illegitimate boy. Any idea who it is? We don't know who it is. That's okay, though. It's just kids being kids, having some fun. The Earl Robert wants to go hunting. I may not arrive in time. I so wish that when these popped up, they'd pause the game. I kind of want that. I also don't want that. Because often when you open the invitation, it immediately goes to you may not arrive in time. So we could try for this anyway. How far away is it? Gloucestershire, down here. It is a bit of a hike. That said, that kind of hike could be quite useful for getting us Wanderer XP. So I'm going to try that. And can we get a faster Caravan Master? From 9 to 15, we might arrive in time then. There's no danger on the way. If we have Mercenary Guards, we'll get there in time. We can't have anything happen that will slow us down. We'll see, we'll see. Hey, Brew! How's it going, friend? Thank you for the resub. How you doing, how you doing? Glad you're doing well today. Thanks for being here. My caravan leader approaches me. We're running behind schedule by 0 days. What? Let's hurry. Get there fast. Again, thank you, Brew, for your generous resub. It's good having you with us. Glad you're enjoying hanging out. On the road, our kitty cat comes and cuddles up with us. Purring happily, I can go on once again. We visited Hadrian's Wall. How impressive. Love seeing that. What else there's to explore down here? Offa's Dyke. That's a wall in Wales, I believe. Travel? What the duck? The wind plays magnificent melody through the treetops. Another noise is carried by the breeze, and not from the entourage. Is that quacking? The sound is in the shrubbery to the right-hand side. I could say it's a good omen. If that happens, we gain less stress than usual. Follow that duck, so we found, or that's disgusting. Let's follow that duck. I dismount and locate the duck in a nearby shrubbery. It starts waddling off into the wilderness. I follow it by foot. I stray further and further away from the entourage, a chill creeping down my spine. Is something watching me? Suddenly a boar shows up at the edge of the underwood. It snorts and looks at me with angry eyes. This is bad. Try to run away. 5% chance of dying. If we get the positive outcome there, we get some personal combat skill. If I fight it, I'm likely to scare it off at least. So we have a better chance of the best outcome if we actually fight it. We have 93 chance of not dying. We have a better chance of not dying if we take this as bad. We fight it. Success! We fought it off, scared it away. Everything is good. We arrived, ready to engage in some hunting. Mayor Nicholas, Earl Robert's Master of the Hunt, summons the party to gather. We made it in time, number 1. Number 2, they're ready to go right away. I want this man to work for me. Mayor Nicholas. Saint Nicholas. I'd like to see you eventually. Oops, we're here just for recreation. We don't really care about winning. My Duke and my Earl get in a little fist fight. I order them to stop fighting. We're very unlikely to succeed, but we hunt by force, not by stealth. Now, if this is what the Mayor and the Earl want, they're welcome to do it. We hardly keep with the blasted beast that darts and weaves and gets away. The thing is gone. At least we had a nice time. I hope. Our party seems to be beset by every misery Satan could conjure. I'm relieved to leave the plains behind. We're done with the adventure. We lost 16 stress. We learned some hunting. Let's go home. Fine time that. My new men-at-arms are archers. We're going to station at... Where did I just... Yes. Linlithgow has a bonus... Linlithgow has a bonus to everything here, which is why my pikemen live there currently. This is 7-5. From there. Yeah, I'm going to move my siege weapon somewhere else. The siege weapons have no special bonus anywhere yet. We'll leave them in London for now. Cool. My brother Prince Marmalade seemed to enjoy our latest feast. He just keeps talking about the clothes and glittering gold he saw there. Greed for the kid. That's fine. How's the other kid developing? He's still a thinker. He's wondering about the world. I like his hair very much. Wait, his hair is black. All of our rulers have had reddish hair. Reddish brown. Maybe Malmuri number 1 didn't. I think he had a black mustache. Are we having doubts? Well, their mother has darker hair. But that dark? Also, I'm running through this lesson right quick. Which view plagues button? There you go. I understand. Alright, no more pop-ups. A shadow over Durham. Okay, so it is the case that Wolfhelm's cost is getting close to the capital. By close to, I mean inside of. So, bring the physician at once. The plague of the minor one, it's not terribly difficult. So we're going to say a soft approach here. Keep us all safe and sound. The king is on the road. We can't seclude until we get home again. Or he is home now. He is home now. So we're going to seclude the king again. Can't have him and his family die. Peasants are unhappy, but at least we're safe. We're going there. Unfortunately, we lost some stewardship. So if our wife helped with that, we go back to 707 holdings. And one of my guests has the consumption. Speaking of consumption, despite locking him away with us, my poor son and heir has fallen ill with the consumption. The future is so uncertain. Death lingers close by his bedside, yet not all is lost. He might survive should luck be on his side. Only God knows his fate. He has reduced disease symptoms. Now, my wife/doctor has also fallen ill with consumption. Doesn't she have a special item to lower her chance of getting diseases? She most certainly does. It does not matter. She was not breathing from that. Welp, take care of yourself also. She failed the treatment on herself. Oh dear wife. Her health is merely poor. Our son is merely poor also. There's not much else I can do to help them out, unfortunately. We'll have an upgraded hospital very soon, but that may not be good enough. Papal credit card again. Alright, we're very close to being able to start the Empire. Good. Is it better to get a new physician than physician sick? I actually don't know. I actually don't know the relationship between illness and medical skill. It doesn't lower learning at all. So I don't think so. I think it might be just the same. Now, there might be a hidden effect that people with diseases pass diseases in interactions, but I don't know that particularly. Let's keep it as it is. I'm sure it's fine. That said, I keep forgetting to move the physician's job. Control the plagues, please. Thank you. If we want to, we can start the legend of Sons of Skota. I'd like to, but more importantly, I need the Empire. So we're waiting just a little while longer. Building nothing. We need to leave in about 8 minutes. So I'm going to go top speed until we have the money. We might lose our family. Oh no. Little son Seth. My stomach twists and writhes in silent agony as the body of my son Seth is borne past me. Physicians and healer worked from dawn until dusk to save him, but their grim faces told everyone more than they say. So young, so full of promise, so scaly, so disinherited. So many more left to die at this. May God save us all. Also, our capital is ravaged, and the capital being ravaged led to a loss of legitimacy. That is the issue here. So, unfortunately, I can't keep my legitimacy up as long as we're being attacked. Our caravan master is dead. Our pets' heads are falling off. One more tick, though, and we can make the Empire. It is the 8th of November. Halfway there. The Lord Mayor Doombringer dies of sorrow. Our kitty cat crawls in my lap, is trembling. A son has died. A cat has died. We can make her into a pelt. That's weird, though. If we're saying no thank you. Lord Mayor Doombringer's no more. The terrible disease is racking our coast. So I'm noticing a lot of diseases, a lot of plagues in this game. I guess I don't know how often there are major epidemics that went across large portions of a nation in actual history. It seems like very often's the answer. But rule Scotlandia. Scotlandia rules the waves. Okay. Adjective Scotlandish. Good. And then we're becoming blue, of course. The beautiful blue of Scotland. It's a lighter blue, I think. And how do I change your coat of arms? So Scotland is a blue and white. I think blue and white. Blue and white with gold cross, I believe. Is it left to right, maybe? I may need to pull up the Scottish emblem, because I might not remember correctly. Okay, what kind of emblem would that be? Cross or not? It's a cross, like, not a Christian cross, but diagonal cross, I believe. It's not abstract. It's not a circle pattern, maybe? Pretty trippy. Scotland's a white X on a blue field. Thank you, flying. I was close. I knew the white and blue part, but so we just need the plain field. Okay. Blue field, good. Okay. So, we now need a white X. Look for all of them. This is a white X, sort of. So it needs to be like plain white all the way. Okay, so a lot of these are just like bright, terrible white. The background part needs to be blue, of course. Okay. Now, must find the right kind of cross. It's like this, but doubled. It's like these, but together. I think that's right. Pardon me briefly. I must look this thing up. Where is it? Where is it? Here. Scottish flag. Yeah, it is an X-y thing. Okay. It's called a psaltery, or saltire, possibly. Is there on the right? Aha! Aha! Looks kind of weird. Or say close enough, I guess. But there it is. Awesome. Awesome. Well, that's not right. I was hoping that showed how they were laid out, but it did not. Okay, one more time. There it is. Put it in white, please. Good. Now, get rid of what I've done here. Ah, shoot. So one emblem in the middle. That emblem is the cross thing, and then we're done. The cross thing, no more changes, looks perfect. Hooray! Alright, Scotlandia rules supreme, looking good. Friends, it is the case, though, that I now need to bounce, unfortunately. We have a regency. Why do we have a regency? Maybe we went to hide in the countryside. We'll do that later. Friends, I must go. I must thank you for a very fun time today. Also, that France and Scotlandia share a color is not going to be doable. We have to change the blue quite a bit. We'll do that tomorrow for sure. Anyway, thank you very much for hanging out. Hope you had a nice time. It's always lovely seeing y'all. Thank you for the kind support of all the sorts, including just lurking and hanging out and enjoying yourself. I'll be back tomorrow with more of this game right here. Tomorrow's a non-teaching day, so look forward to a long stream. Also tomorrow, we're having our sponsored hour of Tribes 3. FPS Resorty returns once more. Be ready to be impressed that anyone would watch me play FPS. Bye!